this. It feels like a good place to be here with you guys today. We have a day ahead of us with discussions, hopefully new thoughts, and maybe a broader network consisting of wise people. My name is Mia Sundqvist, and I'm the chair of one of the partner organizations, QRAB, and in English, that is Archives and Library of the Queer Movement. Oh, thank you. As a part of our Nordic network for queer history, archives, and activities, we meet here today on our third conference, and as part of, we know, the last one for the project. I am going through some practicalities with you before we start, which is necessary for everything to work out today. The bathroom, you can find them just at the entrance down to your right. And if you need an accessible toilet, you have to go that way, use the elevator, go downstairs to floor 0, and just follow the lines down there. What else do I have to say? Well, this conference is being streamed, so I also want to welcome all of you who are watching through screens right now. And I also have to say that if you are sitting in the back, you are not shown on the stream. So if that's important to you, just know where you are seated. I have to say something as well about tonight. The conference dinner is placed at a restaurant called Blackbird, which is a vegan restaurant about 10 minutes away from here, 10-15 maybe. We are more people here today than they have seats, so it's important that you go there in time. It's going to be first come, first served. Hey. And everyone who signed up for dinner can go. Sorry. Good of you. I also just want to mention, we have an exhibition here today if you want to lay your eyes on something during the breaks. It's an artist called Katislaska who has embroidery different quotes that meant something for they and our movement. 1 minute left. Yes, go ahead. Okay, so I'll pass a few words on to you today. We just to create a safe space here today, we have to take care of each other, listen to each other, share your own thoughts, but help each other to make other people's voices to be heard as well, and show respect. It's quite obvious for all of us, I hope, but we have to do this day together. Keep that in mind and keep each other in mind. And with that minute left, I'm going to pass on the word to Runar.
Yes. Ja, det kan du göra. Okay. On behalf of NNAQH, the Nordic Network for Queer History, Archives and Activities, I'm very happy to wish you all welcome to the third and last of our network conferences. NNAQH has been funded by NIC, the Nordic Information on Gender. And my name is Runar Jordan. I'm from the Norwegian Queer Archive that hosted the conference in Bergen in April. And the Friends of Queer History and the Labor Archives in Finland hosted the first conference a year ago in Helsinki. And now our host is Mia and QRAB here in Gothenburg. And I'm impressed by both by the program and the organizing of everything done by the Gothenburg committee so far. Yeah, and I'm sure everything will work out well for the rest. We'll see about that. Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. So just a couple of words of the aim of a network, that is to meet, to promote the sharing of experiences and knowledge, and to make our collections accessible and known throughout the region, the Nordic and the Baltic region. Our network wants to contribute to a larger critical effort to challenge marginalizing ways of doing history, to broaden the interest for queer history in the region, and to contribute to a more inclusive view of history. And our network's conferences aim is to create a space where members of queer archives, researchers, cultural heritage professionals, students, activists, and artists from the region can come together and share experiences and knowledge. Today, we are looking forward to many interesting presentations concerning the topic activating the archive and archivism. So, with that, those words, I wish you all welcome and a wonderful day, and good luck to all the presenters. So, thank you.
Okay then, let's start. And one way of activating queer archives is to make them sound, make them sing. The Queer Orchestra has been looking through folders and files to find music, and my computer died, that made people move 100 years ago, or picking up protest songs from more recent past. Tonight they invited us to their Verity show, and I hope all of you who want a ticket have received them already when you checked in. But they can't wait until tonight. They come here to give us all a taste of what the evening will bring, and you can read more about this song, Das lilla Lied, from 1920, in the folder that you all have got. So the floor is yours, Queer-orkestern.
Sorry.
How do one take over after such a beginning of this conference? It's perhaps only one person that can do it, and it's our next speaker, the one and only Tiina Rosenberg, a professor in gender studies and theater studies, and so much more. You can read more about her in the bio, and we are so happy that you're here today and will be doing the opening address. Welcome, Tiina.
Good morning, everyone. And how can one take off from this wonderful morning music? We should have perhaps had a sing-along. Just a few minutes. How do I see my PowerPoint here, but I don't know how to get. Maybe David can be helpful here. But in the meanwhile, dear friends, I'm incredibly honored to be here today, delivering this opening address to all of you, and especially because we are in Gothenburg. There are at least 3 different reasons for Gothenburg. Why Gothenburg? Oh, thank you. Yeah, that was easy. So embarrassing. Why Gothenburg? First of all, to meet you all here, new and familiar faces. Wonderful. But also for a historical reason, archival reason, was that some 30 years ago, there was the second seminar, or was it named conference, organized at the time by Margareta Lindholm, who is present here today, Anne Nilsson, and Eva Borgström. It was called the Lesbian and Gay Studies Conference. Was it called conference or a seminar? conference. Yes, conference at the time, and you were expecting, Margareta, some 25 participants. 120 people showed up, and that was a huge success in those days. And if I compare now, having become an archive myself, so looking at people today doing queer studies, doing gender studies, and all kinds of studies. So that was a huge effort for Gothenburg, having the activist tradition, but also the academic tradition for what was to become. But there is also something, I'm very grateful for the queer community in Gothenburg, because you have always, you stood by me when times were rough. Thank you. We have several of you here, Olaf over there. And that's also part of the political and historical tradition that people actually act in solidarity in those days. That was 20 years ago, so we don't go back there. Those of you who were there know what I'm talking about. Today, I just want to do I have a few points. And the first point is about archives, when we are talking about archives. So I'm not getting too historical, but all societies, I think, most of the societies that had some form of writing culture have had archives. So that's not an invention of ourselves, and that you already knew. But I mean, that is something I wanted to point out. And now comes the only negative point, the only critical point I am going to make today. Maybe you can't read this so well, but maybe the picture, the image, and it is actually from Unsplash, because he told me not to take anything from the internet, just like that. Why some people are critical about the archival practice or archives is that it has to do with the late 18th century German control culture. And it has to do with the office and the typewriter, and it also has to do with the index cards. Do you remember those? Some of you actually do. I've been working in an archive myself. Oh, there we have. Yeah, all right. That's very good. But the control culture has to do with so-called low and high trust societies. If you have lived in a high trust society, then people have the tendency, not everyone, to actually trust the democratic institutions. If you come from a different background, those of us who do queer archival or historical studies need those archives, but there is also a reason why it has been so very difficult to kind of get to that archival practice, because people were not willing to donate their material and even give interviews. This is now my first point. This is when I discovered that the archive was something else than the dusty sort of storage space. I think that if I say the word archive to someone who doesn't know the theoretical and political development of the archive, so they think of something that is dark in the basement. Oh, well, now it's getting very close to the queer culture, but dusty, and maybe the queer culture is not dusty, but rather sweaty in those places. But this moment for me was when our dear colleague Jack Halberstam came to Lund. I was a professor at the time. I think Tuula Juvonen, who is always here, also here present today, was actually at the seminar, because you had the egg clock. Do you remember that? Tuula had the egg clock so that nobody would be overexcited. So we all had 5 minutes, and then the bell was ringing. Anyway, the thing with this seminar was that I understood something I had never understood, and that was kind of new to all of us, was how Jack had written this in a queer time and place, reflected on the archive, namely that the archive is a mindset as well. So we learned to say, this is not in my archive. And if you say, if this is not in my archive, that means that I don't know that music, or I don't know, I haven't read these books, or I haven't seen these films. It's not only to be in a concrete storage. It's also, it could be artistic, intellectual, political, whatever tradition. So this was something that we were doing an exercise, saying to each other, well, I don't have this in my archive. And that, I think, was the moment for me, if we are talking about milestones or turning points in historical research, when I understood that the archive was something else. Maybe you already knew that at the time, but for some 20 years ago, so I hadn't reflected so much about it. Nor you don't need to necessarily to read all these things. You just, if you remember the headline, that the archive is also the mindset. It's also a national mindset. It's a colonial mindset. It is a heteronormative mindset, etc., etc. Because those minds do actually work in archives, and those minds do actually make these collections come alive. So it's not just the hand and the index card or whatever it could be. This goes in many different directions. So if we are talking today about archivism, that is a combination of the archive and activism. So this is not coming from a not very revolutionary, maybe more reformist perspective. It is that to work in an archive is a political obligation, one would say. Because in that sense, there needs to be a certain sense of activism in order to understand what to preserve and how to collect. When Jack was giving that seminar back in the day, for 20 years ago, we had so little information, and my Finnish colleague, sociologist Kati Mustola, back in the day, tried already in the 80s to interview elderly queer people who absolutely refused. They were kind of keeping their closets very closed. And all of a sudden today, we are in a situation where the digital information, social media, etc. Now we have too much information. At those days, it was really difficult to find something, had too little evidence, ideas, maybe, yes. Today, it's too much. So today, it's a kind of the other way where you need to make a selection and think about those things that really need to be preserved in different ways. And that is something, I guess, that I worked in an archive for many years ago with theater collection at the Drottningholm Theater Museum that doesn't even exist anymore. Now it's the Music and Theater Library. And the most of the collections in different ways, and also queer collections, are from the beginning private collections. So this is going to the basements, going to the attics, trying to get into those boxes, don't throw anything, keep all the sheets, keep all the manifestos, keep all the pictures, etc., etc. All the movies. Yes, and I can see you are shaking your head. Why didn't you keep everything? And most of us, it hasn't been possible. We've been living in small spaces and with no storage possibilities, etc., etc. But it's a good reminder that the part of the activist or the political, queer, but also artistic heritage comes actually from individual collections for different ways. And then they kind of start to grow if there are people around who know and understand, who has the archive also as an intellectual and academic or political mindset. So these things go together. And the thing that we actually have seen, that was very nice, Pia, because I didn't know about the surprise. Well, otherwise it wouldn't have been surprise, but it is to sing in the morning, to sing or dance in the morning is the best way to start a morning. But this is the point, actually, one of the points I want to make. Then I have one more, and Pia, I'm going to keep to time, so don't worry. Is performing the archive. Since my empirical material, my research field is the performing arts, and that it's a very broad notion, and I'm not going to give you a lecture on that, on the performing arts. It is just that From there, there is a different notion of the archive, not something dead, but that the archive is an artistic medium in itself. You can do reenactments, you can, so to say, perform. It's not only that you have a choreography, and the performances are just going away. We don't actually, when we have been to the theater, dance, opera, stand-up, whatever, or tonight to the variety show, we don't have that. We can't keep it that in our hands. But there might be something, but it's not only the performing arts. There are reenactments of different forms of performances. War situation, that might not be my favorite, I just mention it. You can reenact history in performative ways. But the main point is here not what you are actually, so to say, performing from your archive. The main idea is that if you want to theoretically and politically kind of counteract those people who say the archive is the dead space or the space for control, etc., then you can think about that the archive is also the other way around, a living space, a space where the mindset, the practices, the everyday life comes together with history, general history, the arts, whatever. And then the archive turns into something that is lived experience, but it's also up to date. It's something that we can do today. And this we can, I just took one of, there are several books, but there is also Simon Osthoff who has written about that, an art historian, and the performative way of thinking about archives as performances, as something livable and something very much alive was actually one of the main points I wanted to do here. And today I wanted to end with two things. And this is now the challenges that we have. When I said that in those, back in the days when people were doing, today we do interviews as well, scholars use different sort of methodologies, that there was so little information or rather ideas about queerness in the past, and that there is too much information today, but there also a lot of information is fragile. So the digital, what happens if you don't have electricity? We have already seen the Ukrainian situation or the situation in the Middle East, etc., where you don't have all of a sudden electricity in other war spaces. What happens with the cultural heritage, where we actually are a part of that, also our history or the queer history, etc. So this is one of those challenges where you have your material. If it's digitalized in some sort of cloud, I'm not an IT sort of person, but someone could explain this more and better, in boxes, maybe those index cards that we're still having with us, etc., etc. So this is one of those challenges that we need to think about. And this is actually why we are here today, is that we are the ones, that might be a little bit, over the top to say that, but I think that we are on a very important mission here. This is now to guarantee the diversity of the historical material that is collected. I know that I am stating here the obvious, so I'm already telling you something that you already know. But I think also that coming together today, it is important to understand, especially early in the morning, that the work we are doing actually matters, that it is important. And everyone who works in a straight archive, most of them they are not called straight archives, so they don't say hello, morning, good morning to your fellow co-workers, and I'm here, okay, you're straight and you don't understand what you're collecting, but anyway, because there is the moment where decisions are made. Not everything can be collected, a lot of things disappear from the world, but there is always this coming in influx of material where decisions are made, what is going to be served and what is not going to be served. So this is interesting, and also the access. Today, a lot of stuff is accessible, but it needs to be also accessible in those ways that you can have the access into the material also, typing in lesbian, gay, queer, trans, whatever people are looking for, etc. So this is why we are here today together, and why we are basically this work. And my last point is before the discussion is it says gratis, which means for free. This is my last point, is that you never know what becomes an archive. You might think that you find this sort of garbage bag somewhere that says that please take the things that are inside of the box. You're passing by on the street, maybe free books, or that might be something, somebody wants to share something. You don't know, this might be interesting material for something. Some of you collect theater programs, some of you collect something else. As activists, you should have everything, all the flyers, the t-shirts, the whatever material, the slogans, the manifestos, etc. We have an example over there on the wall right now of an archive, etc. So when you're walking around in the city, if you are a walking person, I hope you are, or that you can walk, not everyone can, but if you have that capacity and you walk around, so think about that, is the city in my archive, of course being in Gothenburg, and I obviously already started with that it is in my archive in a very dear kind of way. But when you pass these empty boxes, on almost empty boxes, you never know if there would be something important that would start an archive, because an archive doesn't necessarily need to have a name yet. You can name it, you can label it, but you can also start an archive of your own, and I think that most of you already have private archives, although you might not be considering them as one. So this is basically what I wanted to say here today. In summary, is that, all right, I understand, I get it, that there is some suspicion about archives as a form of state control. Why is information gathered? Because we have terrible examples of that in history, so I understand that. The second point was, for me, as a milestone to understand, also a mindset, that we all have our archives, what we have read and seen, etc. When I was young, I had long lists, and I was very happy to read that so did Simone de Beauvoir, because maybe not the best example, but she also had long lists. That was sort of in German you say Bildungsliste, also, so you know what to read in order to get there. And that becomes not only became my archive, but also your own archive. That's the one thing about the mindset. Then performing the archive, that it's terribly important to understand that the archive is a medium, artistic medium, political medium, historical medium in itself. And then the challenge is, of course, preserving the material and making those important choices. So don't ignore the empty boxes on your way through Gothenburg. Maybe this would be the week or the day to start your private archive. So once more, a dear thank you for having me here today. It is, as I already said, a great honor to see you all here and have a great conference today. I'm sorry to hear it's the last one of the kind, but I think that there will be more to come. There are always more, obvious, because we who are the old, who are the archive now, so we are still standing. Hopefully a couple of more years.
Could we start like questions and answer, and then it should. Do I have to talk like that? Okay. We were thinking that we have some questions and answers from the different tables, and this can develop into some kind of discussions, perhaps, eventually. So, which table want to pose, for instance, questions or a reflection or a comment to Tiina? I'll run around, or Sandra will run around.
Okay.
Yes. Notes to them.
Hi, in our table, we were discussing the question whether we have our personal archives, and if so, what might they be, and what are we doing with them? And it turned out that some people sort of hoard everything that they ever have gotten their hands on, and others are like throwing things away without any further thought. And some people have their like memory boxes but don't exactly know where they are. And then some people already have donated materials to archives and are contemplating about doing so. So what about you, Tiina? What about your personal archives, and what are your plans for them?
Some of you have been moving around a bit, so I can't have everything with me. But I have I have like diaries, and I have letters, diaries, images. I have books. Nobody cares about books anymore. You know, you can donate books, but they already have them, etc. So basically, you can put books in that kind of boxes on the street, and then people can go and collect. Some things that have been too painful, actually. I thought that I can't have them with me, because there is something about the feeling about the attic or the basement, that you have a sort of troll, the Scandinavian troll, that you have a kind of ghost or something that is taking away your energy in a way that you can't have it, that you just need to, might be historically interesting, but you just need to get rid of it for different reasons. So I think that in terms of personal purification, one could say so, in order to go on with life, sometimes you can't have everything with you. So there is selection. So I did a Marie Kondo. Many of you, but I'm the cleaning type. I do clean everywhere. I may have always made all my colleagues nervous, because I have always been cleaning in all workplaces and everywhere where we have been. So I was asking my book collection, for instance, that do I really love you? I mean, it's sentimental and it's pathetic, but you know, that is this book. So I made a collection so that I have my favorite books when I was young, when I was a kid, and when I was young, and then the different periods of my life. So there is the feminist and queer library, theater, the books I need for work, which is basically those things, and then literature, my German literature from those days when I was in Germanics and everything. So I've been asking myself, and I've been talking to my archive, so to say, and the archive was not talking back in an activist way, but in a very sort of, we were engaged in a dialogue, and it was very helpful. So I think it's important to look at one's archive. And there are so many things we have forgotten. Actually, reading old letters, for instance, is also one of a kind of experience. Oh, not Pia. Now that you see, this is why we have Pia.
Memory lane. I've seen Tiina's diaries, and they are full of tickets and things, and they are really lovely to look at. But more questions from another table, perhaps, or reflections or comments? Okay. Not so long answers, thank you.
Oh boy, sorry.
Yeah, one thing that we were talking about, or we just had the chance to just raise it, is kinky and sexy stuff in archives, and or archiving this as it's quite challenging, because often in kinky spaces you can't take photographs, for example, or people are there using nicknames, stuff like that. So we were just about to get going with talking about how we can collect our kinky history?
Yes,
It's not really a question, but
no, but then it's a very good question, and now this we could go on. So I feel like Fidel Castro here, not stopping talking, but it's a very good question, and then you need to work like with memory history that people write down stuff. But the thing is that today we can already see that people don't want to do that kind of work publicly. If you're in an academic position, you can't do it with all these right-wing governments today. We can maybe make here some political statements. I don't know, Pia Laskar, can we say that? Can we say right-wing government? I mean, people, that is a very, very good question, and that is also at the heart of queer archives. As long as it's poetry or girls' literature and so to say, the clean space in that sense. And that might also be one of the archive. But then the sexual archive, actually sexual practices, that has always been a question, and that has always been difficult. We have a couple of colleagues who have been doing that kind of work, and it hasn't been easy to get funding, or you can get them maybe published. But it's a very good question. I would say writing down memories and doing that in a free will kind of way, but where the publish and where the storage, that it's maybe in those, there are a few museums of sexuality, of the history of sexuality, maybe there. But that's a very crucial question for queer studies, queer sexual practices.
Thank you. Comments or reflections? Don't be shy. You have something there? Yeah. No?
Well, maybe we should keep the timetable, Pia. You have it in the front of you.
But we have some minutes left. So a last question or reflection? No? Okay, we don't have to force anything. You can talk with each other, and we can prolong the discussion amongst each other for 5 minutes. I just want to say that it's not really the last conference. We will come back in either way somehow. And but now we would love to say thank you to Tiina and leave this little to her.
And if you do want to donate something to QRAB, we give you an archive box as well. Thank you.
No.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you so much.
We will decide. So we could. Okay, everybody seated. Perfect.
There has arguably been somewhat of a boom in recent years, at least in Sweden, with different organizations and initiatives around queer cultural heritage. So we thought it would be nice to gather, share wisdoms, since many of us are coming from background of grassroots movements or activism or cultural workers rather than tied to institutions. And that, of course, comes with a lot of choices and directions to take. We have, sorry, I had a logistical thing I missed. Sorry. Before, okay, cliffhanger. There has been questions around cash. The closest ATM is Hagakyrkan, Prinsgatan. Hagabion. Or you could go to a store, buy something and ask for more cash about that. Ja, det var det. Ja. Okay, so we have Augustas Čičelis and Viktorija Kolbešnikova here guiding us through this discussion with different archives and museums. They are the co-creators of Išgirsti, a Lithuanian queer archive and project space in Vilnius. welcome up. Take the high. And you could present the panel. Yeah.
Hi, hello everyone. It's very nice to be here. We became part of Nordic network now, and we are here for the third time. And it's a pleasure to be. And we feel that these conferences are being organized by archivists because it's very well organized. Yeah, so today we will talk about Swedish queer archives, and those who've been yesterday in the museum already saw an example of queer archive activation, and we're happy that we will have more time to discuss your local initiatives.
So we're not from Sweden, but we've been here actually 2.5 years ago, and we've got to meet some of the initiatives, so we know most of them actually from before, so it was very nice and it was very inspiring in our own way for our own archive. And so we would like to welcome and invite them here, the speakers, and then have some short so Anna Linder from SAQMI, that's Swedish Archive for Queer Moving Images. Olof Kriström from QRAB, that's Archive and Library of Queer Movements. Then Johan Sundell from Rosa Brus, that's Archive of Queer Sound. And Arne Öberg from the Unstraight Museum. And we are sending our best wishes and get well soon to Fanny Livdotter from Homografiska Museum, who should have joined us today, but is unfortunately unable. So best wishes to Fanny. And applause as well. So now we have like 4 minutes for each of you to present. 3, but we are missing one out. So we're using the time. So up to 4 minutes, preferably 3, to just present yourself and your initiatives. In no particular order, so just feel free.
I just thought that if this not no.
Okay, 4 minutes. I will speak slow. My name is Olof Kriström, representing QRAB, the Archives and Library of the based in Gothenburg, but collecting materials from all over the world. If I should introduce QRAB, one way to start words in our name. So we're the Library of the Queer Movement, the Archives, question mark. You said that archivists are well organized. Thank you. I could say that QRAB is several well organized. We don't have neat rows of boxes with everything. Some plastic bags with stuff. We have some things in corners lurking about. But it's also, the question mark around archives could also be interpreted as the traditional archive, as Tiina was talking about, could be seen as a means of control over information. And maybe that is what we do, but it's not what we want to do. So we try to be mindful of how we manage our collections and access and accessibility to them. So that's the archive question mark. Maybe it's just a heap of stuff. A library.
Can you just take it?
Okay.
Which one? Either one. Can you use any other books?
It's quite short, so.
So, library question mark. We have books, we have magazines, but you can't take them home, as you can with most libraries. Queer is a wide term. Our statutes very comfortably describes it as an umbrella term encompassing lesbian, gay, transgender, intersex, bisexual, asexual experiences and existences. So queer could be this critical revolutionary movement, which we might be, but we also try to be inclusive. Everybody can come and look at our stuff or donate stuff. And movements, question mark. The queer movement isn't a movement, of course. It's several movements, a diverse movement. And we also collect people, materials from private individuals. So if you're moving, you're a movement.
Yes.
Yeah, so my name is Anna Linder, and my voice is really cracking today. But I represent the Swedish Archive for Queer Moving Images that was founded 2017. Physical here in Gothenburg, but we work nationally and internationally. And I would love to start to say it's really a collective, even if I'm sitting here. So I have people here that I want to present. So I don't know where to start, but Inga, filming, working with the programming and also right now communication. And we have also Sila here, working a lot with sound and technician things and editing things. And somewhere we had Mats. I don't know if Mats still is here. Mats was the trombonist in Queer Orchestra here, working with the economical and like Excel document and that kind of things. And then we have several more, like Sanna and Clara. You can wave. Sanna make all beautiful signs when we have second events with drawing. Clara and Sanna also volunteering since a long time. And we have also Sandra Linnell here. Yeah, working with the archive group. Also, we have some artists like Safira, everyone here is Conny. Yeah, the moving images we work with in a Swedish context. So we try to collect that in different ways. Mostly we are a living archive, I should say, because we write all the time. So it's how we collect. If we do an event, for example, we collect. And it's a way to make visible. Because of the moving images, it's so fucking expensive to collect. So it's about servers, it's about big databases and that kind of stuff, and it's really, really the difficult thing. So now we have bought a Finnish database that we try to keep up, but it's still public. So you have to ask us to get to know the archive. So I don't want to say so much more, so I gave it to Johan.
Hello everyone, my name is Johan Sundell and I'm one of 3 co-founders of the Archive of Pink Noises. Is it too loud? Should I talk like this? No? Okay, it's good. The archive was founded in 2019-2020 and it's a queer sound archive where we collect and archive all kinds of queerness in sonic format or queer cultural production. And we do this with the view of sound as a bearer of history. So we're interested in the specific materiality of the sonics or the oral dimensions of queerness. Like what does queerness sound like? And we do this in collaboration with a range of different actors, like other archives, artists, activists, and scholars. And we've done this also through collecting, archiving, readings, and public events. And by doing this, we want to explore what a queer archive can do or be or sound like. I think I'll keep it that short because I think a lot of the other questions that we're going to discuss will sort of lead into the ways in the different ways in which we've worked or not worked. Yeah. Thanks.
My name is Arne Öberg and I'm coming from the Unstraight Museum. Our board is located in Stockholm, but we are actually a quite global organization when it comes to collecting stories and unstraight stories, to be more specific. Our museum organization started 2008 during Europride in Stockholm, but officially 2011 we changed name to the Unstraight Museum. Our goal is to be a digital museum for the moment with pop-up exhibitions, but we are in a phase when we are discussing what shall we do in the future, which part should our members take in our production of exhibition, etc. So we are in a very open discussion, to be absolutely honest to you, and I think it's very important to have those part that is about finance and the goal for the organization, and I will return to this discussion later. I think I'll stop there and make space for good discussions instead.
Thank you, very efficient, too efficient actually. So we have a 3-minute break now. No, I'm joking. We'll discuss more probably, and then as most of you were right, you saw some questions already, so you know where we're going. And then so we'll speak in some sections now, and then at the end we'll have also some space to discuss in groups as well. So so to start with, maybe you could elaborate on how you have started. So what have you been doing before as well? Your colleagues maybe what have been doing before, and then has the concept of your archive changed throughout the time? So anyone who wants to start?
I can start. Yeah, so QRAB was founded in 2017, just a couple of weeks after SACME. And it was founded by me and some other people who, most of us had been active in queer movements, doing activist stuff for several years, and had been both collecting materials and producing materials, like flyers and banners and everything. And for my part, at least, people coming to QRAB might have other motives and motivations driving them. But for my part, I've been very inspired by learning about queer history in my activism. But it's not always been easy to find. It's been relying on like getting to know someone who was active or who has materials at home, so we can read the pamphlet from the 70s and learn something valuable for your activism. And I wanted to make that process easier for people to find the traces of the activists that come before them. So that was my motivation. Other people might have other ideas. And I could also say QRAB is a grassroots organization. We have a board of 6 people, and then membership-based activities. So what QRAB does is very much up to the people in the board and the members. It has shifted somewhat. It started out quite like material-based, collecting paper, other materials. because that was the starting point of the people starting QRAB. Then we have been moving out into collecting oral histories, other sort of alternative ways of gathering the stories of the history, because we have gotten to understand that, okay, not everybody wrote pamphlets in the 70s. There are other stories as well, and people coming to QRAB with an interest in talking about queer history as well. So it's been shifting and is continually evolving based on what the people in QRAB want to do.
Can you maybe elaborate a bit how one becomes a member and what membership involves?
Yeah, anyone can become a member if you agree to our statutes. And there's no obligations. You can become a member and not do anything. Just give us the money. So 1 year membership costs 100 Swedish crowns, and you have to fill in a form that we can gather your personal data for information, send out and such. Some slips for membership if you ask for them in the merch table if you like to become a member. And if you become a member right now, plugging, you pay 100 crowns for the last months of 2024 and 2025. So you get newsletters with all our activities, and you can come to we've been irregular with our membership meetings, but once we've slept after this conference, the idea is to get membership meetings up and going again. So that's basically it. Organizations can join. Even if it's a huge organization, they only get one vote at the annual meeting. And it costs a little more for organization memberships. But that's possible as well.
Yeah, so the starting point of SACMI was really, I'm not an archivist at all, I'm a curator, and I remember now that I wrote something about the curator as a collector, a text. So it's also based from my own savings and my own collections from the beginning, but I never ever thought of starting my own archive. But I used to work at Filmforum in Stockholm, so it's an archive for experimental film and video art, and I worked there as a producer and curator for 8 years. So when I did a research at Valand here about queer experimental feminist films, I was so kind of stoned that I had to find everything mouth to mouth, because it was not an archive anywhere of moving images in that way. So it was so clear that all the archives I visited, or distributors of film, the best ones was the archives and distributors that have queer people in the staff, because they made their own collections inside the collection. But nowhere I could see any queer film archive focusing nationally on queer moving images. So I know at that point, the same time as SACMI started, I met people in Canada, and Canada is really my favorite country to mention because of experimental film and distribution of video art, and as a distributor. So there I've met people that started a Canadian archive focusing on only queer Canadian films. So we were talking a lot in the beginning, but the thing was that I somehow didn't know if it was possible to have a Swedish one, because we don't have the tradition here to distribute in that way. And in film form, I built the queer archive in film form. So it's my kind of leaves for them. So I could start with that at least. And then I started the archive by talking to people in the community. So I did 17 or 19 interviews with queer filmmakers or artists working with moving images, to ask everyone, is it possible? Do you want an archive? What should the archive be? Is it
of interest for you to have an archive in Sweden. So it was the starting point was support from Kulturbryggan to just ask around, make these interviews. So it's how it started, and almost all of them are still in Sápmi in different ways. And the first project group was based on people from that period. So yeah, I think it was that, and then someone had to take responsibility, like for organize it in somehow. So I took it on in my own company, like my private company. Yeah, so it started like that.
Yes, as I said before, I'm one of 3 co-founders of the Archive of Pink Noises, the other 2 being Berit Berglund and Anna Giertz. And all 3 of us, before we formed the archive, were involved in different ways with the queer feminist scene, and as well as the non-queer experimental music / sound art scene. Anna was the initiator of the project. And they, before this archive, they worked with Lesbisk Makt och Lesbiskt Arkiv, Lesbian Power and Lesbian Archive. And contacted me and Berit, who have been colleagues since 2013, where we had a shared, we call it a queer noise project, Zero Conversion, which is a transdisciplinary art and sound project where we explore what happens when you combine queerness as unwanted desire with noise as unwanted sound. What happens when you combine these 2 kinds of unwantedness in artistic practices in different ways. We've done performances and theoretical writing and just noise. So I don't remember actually how Anna got to know of us 2, but somehow they contacted us and asked and said like, hey, I've had this vision of having a broader queer archive that is specifically aimed towards the sonics of queerness. And the material is wasn't meant to be limited in any ways, really. It could be like poetry or journalism or sound art or music or just read text or something like that. Anything really. Yeah, could you, what did you do before? I think that's about it.
Thank you. I just want to be honest with you. I wasn't part of the Unstraight Museum when we started, so I'm just trying to return and give you a short story of it. But we started as under the Article 1 of United Nations, the Declaration of Human Rights, and it was a cooperation between a lot of museums in Stockholm during Europride, and we tried to push them to front the queer part of their archives or their stories in the museums. And it ended up in a short trip in Eastern Europe, which was very successful. So most of our exhibition has been outside Sweden, not in Sweden, which is a little bit odd to be a museum in Sweden. But our board is today about 7 people. And our main activities is to make exhibitions. Most of them are pop-up exhibition. And one part of our organization is educating. And it is actually Pia that is our main person that make those educations. And I don't think I have to introduce you to Pia, but Pia make a very interesting methodology of how to tell us the story about the queer people or the queer perspective. Is it the right? Yeah, it's good enough. But I think it's very important to understand those ground for our organization. 2011 then we actually started the Unstraight Museum, and we have been very active outside Sweden. a lot of work has been done in Vietnam. We have been in those Eastern European countries, as I told you before. And the latest collection of Unstraight stories has been in Turkey and Egypt. And in Egypt, it was a very successful exhibition this summer in a restaurant or club place called Trädgården in Stockholm. And if you want to know more, Davis is sitting here as the technical expert for this event. So ask him about it. It's very interesting.
Great, thank you. You've touched a bit already about activation, and in general, I think your archives I know are programmed to be active and activated. Could you tell us more about your reach and outreach, your methods, and maybe some examples of activating the archive and the material in it?
Yes, I can start very shortly. The Unstraight Museum, we created a database which is absolutely open, and every one of you can access this database under our webpage. So it's very open, but it's not good enough, as I see it. To have an open database is a very important part, but I believe to tell a story, you have to rethink and collect and make it properly to make a good story. So it's just not one story that is good enough, as I see it, but the database is very important to make it accessible, or you could look at it. But I believe if you have ambition to start a museum, as we had or have, we have to really rethink how to make those stories more available for a bigger audience or a bigger crowd around the world. So we have to continue this work in our organization, but I believe that the database was a very big, important start. So I pass on.
Yeah, so we knew from the very beginning that we wanted to not be work with the format of the archive in a traditional sense of only collecting and archiving material, like old material, but we also wanted to be an active participant in producing new queer archival material. And like the given way of doing that was to reach out to the community in all kinds of ways, both the queer community, but also different actors that are like bigger institutions that are straight but well-intentioned, or which is our experience that the most institutions have been very welcoming of initiatives. So we not only wanted to collect old material, but we also wanted to produce new material and to curate it in different ways. For example, we had between, I don't know, some of you were at Stadsmuseet last night, where we had like this small booth where we presented 5 site-specific sound works that we curated and commissioned for 5 different artists between 2020 and 2022. And for us, that's it's a much more fun way of engaging with the queer community and to create new kinds of connections based on different themes. So the different forms that we have like live streams. We also had physical releases, commissioned site-specific sound works. And we also have had it in different spaces, like in dance spaces like Weld in Stockholm, for example. Cinema and trans festivals like Transfest and Cinema Queer, art halls like Konsthall C, an anarchist radio station, academic research projects, universities and conferences and so forth. So it's been a combination of these kinds of collaborations where we use social media, word of mouth, external arrangements and collaborations with other actors. But we haven't had any like particular methods when we've done this. And we're targeting like a broader queer audience. And to some extent also a straight audience in the cases where we collaborate with non-queer institutions or actors, usually a bigger institution. Yeah.
Yeah, I think I go back to the interviews. It was a big thing in the interviews that people don't know each other in the queer community of making moving images in Sweden. So everyone wanted a platform for meetings and networking, and also to see each other's work. So I think that's still one of the things we try to do all the time. Somehow it's. I had also a question that time to everyone that can you mention 5 Swedish queer films, and they couldn't, and that's strange somehow now, but it was like that when we asked around. And I think we have, I don't know how many titles we have now, and I know it's much more out there. It's like 300-400. So how that happened, really, it was like just laying there somehow, and how to activate all these films. So we do it in different ways. We have a lot of events. We have our own series called Nightfall, where we work with one person to present the whole spectra of work, and always connected to a talk. We have the one we had on Thursday now called Cherry Pick, where we do some classicals from the history of queer moving images in Sweden, also connected to talks. And this Thursday we had the premiere of a 32 years old film that have never been shown public. So we had a panel of 5 people from that period singing, talking, and yeah, it was amazing. The director haven't seen the films since 32 years. The person who stopped it once was there in the panel. And it was amazing. And then we also have the Queer Moving History project, where we curate programs to make the history visible in different ways. And one of the programs we made together with QRAB about the camp in Sweden of all the prides and all the first movements in that, activist movements also a lot. And that kind of programming is, as I can see, really successful in itself, because then it's a program that can be shown all the time. So they are booked quite often. And I think we're up to 5 now. We just talked in our table about queer punk. We did a queer punk program, and that kind of minorities inside the minority. And now we have a program coming up with Sami queer films that we work on. And then I think the hardest thing is to get people leave material to us, because no one wants to go backwards in their practice. So that's the big challenge. So for that we made a timeline called Gothenburg's Queer History. I don't know, moving history. It's a timeline anyway, and it's only connected to Gothenburg movies. And it's now, I think, 130 titles just in that database. So where you can go in and look for. So we have an idea of doing this in other cities. So now we're working with Malmö to make the same kind of timeline for Malmö, and then suddenly people give us material, because then they have it published immediately by themselves online. Yes, I think we activate in different, and also we have a podcast. So when we have these talks, we record everything, and some of them get to be a podcast. So we also activate it later on with the mouth, like the talks become also an archive in itself, because we do a homepage for every podcast, and then people can leave material in another way. So they want it as a homepage almost. So we can do the biographies, the backstage films, things or other material than that you don't see otherwise. So then every podcast become an archive itself. So I think it's a lot of activating in the way of collecting. So
so I could start answering your question by talking a bit more about the like physical practicalities of our archive, because we have quite large collections, and did already from the start have too much materials for our own good. So we quite soon developed a collaboration with the regional state archives in Gothenburg, and made a deal with them that we could keep our collections in their shelves. But it was we didn't hand over control of the collection, but just rent or got to lend a couple of shelves. So our collections are mainly based at the regional state archives in Gothenburg, which is really good because it's in a safe place, it's climate controlled, it's proper archival conditions. But the down part of that arrangement is that it's behind lock and key. People can't come and browse the shelves. People can't discover things they don't know they're looking for. So they have to contact us at QRAB and say, oh, I want to look at this book, or maybe this theme. I'm interested in lesbian bars in the 80s. And then we have to think, oh, what materials do we have that we can bring to the reading room at the regional state archives? So accessibility there's quite a big threshold on making the collections that we have active in the sense of being used. We're looking for some sort of space of our own to make this easier, so that we can have parts of our collections that aren't as fragile or special, more available, but we don't have that at the moment. So the activating of the collections we try to do with collaborations like Anna mentioned, the Queer Moving History collaboration that we did. We also have some moving images that we share with Sakami. And then we make exhibitions with in collaboration with museums. We had an exhibition in Mölndal City Museum, a town just outside of Gothenburg, and had an exhibition also at the University Library in collaboration with the Gender Studies Department at the library. We try to do outreach where we make some cherry picks from our collections and exhibit them, and also hold lectures and presentations at Pride events or archival conferences or things. So we try to open a window into these closed stacks that we have, so that people might be inspired to come and look for something. But another aspect of activating the archive is also not just activating the output, but activating the input in the archive, involving people in making them feel comfortable that this is their archive, so that they can share whatever they want to share. So we've been trying to do that partly by these exhibitions, just showing, hey, we're queer, come to us. But more specifically, we've been targeting some focus groups. We had a volunteer working with newcomers, doing interviews, oral history interviews, with newly arrived migrants, collecting their stories, just taping them and transcribing the interviews. And we also have quite an active collaboration with the LGBT senior group in Gothenburg, where we have memory cafes together with them, so that they can come. This is an already existing group that we're collaborating with. So their members come to these cafe events and can bring some artifact, some item that brings up memories for them. And then during this cafe event, talk about those memories. And we've been doing interviews with seniors as well. So we've been trying to, because like I said, not everybody writes down their histories. And there are, when we just depend on like getting stuff from people who want to leave stuff with us, it's quite skewed and biased, we've realized, towards certain kinds of people that feel their lives are important and have been collecting large libraries for themselves and feel that, oh, this is important, I want to leave this to history. But other people haven't had the resources or the trust or the, they haven't collected their histories in that way. So we've been trying to make it possible for all kinds of histories to be shared at QRAB.
I just want to add a very important question. It's that we as a museum organization, we are not collecting artifacts. And I think that what you're doing in QRAB is extremely important, because it's a question or issue that we really have to solve if we are getting more and more questions about how to deal with those very important stories and things that people are willing to give us. So for the moment we are saying no to them, but I hope we will find some solution in Sweden if we are looking into our future.
I just wanted to add, I forgot to say about the video piece we showed yesterday. That's a way of activating also. It's a piece from '94, and it was really debate on it at that point. It was shown in the gallery in '97, and that person, Kai Rennes, came to Sápmi when we just started and had a traumatized memory from Gothenburg at that time when it was screened. So many people were angry, writing letters. It was sending into the newspaper, to the gallery, and Kai didn't have the... I couldn't read them really. We didn't want to read them and didn't save them because it was so harsh and so hard on that. And we have tried to find things, but we can't find it. It's only the press article from the show, but nothing of these letters we can't find. So what we did was to ask Kai to try to write about this memory and what happened. So it's you can find the text outside here on the table. So it was the first time we showed it yesterday, and we will see if we find more ways to show it, because this period in Gothenburg was really hard for gay people, and it was the bögknackarstaden. So this was in that period where it was very hard to be here and out, and this was a sexual work also that Kai showed. So
I could just add briefly regarding what Arne said about them not collecting material stuff. We by no means claim to want the monopoly of queer history. So we happily, if we don't have the resources to get a huge donation, we try to direct the people willing to donate to other archives or libraries. And we're very happy that there are just straight archives also having queer history.
Let's move to the last probably section. I have a lot of questions actually, but and then especially about defining the field, but maybe we can define it how you work and how not to be everywhere, and then it's a lot. Even with queer moving images, as you say, it's like the servers get bigger and bigger and bigger. Where do you store them, and then how do you make I don't know, an order there as well, and then how do you make them open, and can everything be open? So it's a lot about that, but it's also like so let's move to the challenges and biggest issues which you faced, which you remember, and what is the biggest challenges you have in your work, and maybe what was the hardest and how it helped define your work, what lessons you have learned, and how it made you move one or other direction, and how do you envision the future? Let's start from the middle somewhere.
Yeah, I mean, our biggest issue is lack of money. But then again, we're so young still, so, and it feels so obnoxious to say, but I don't think we've had any really big issues. Except for the lack of money, which we're still trying to get. Because we got quite a big amount of money from Kulturbyggan, and that's how it all started. And we were really lucky because it was our very first application. And then the project was meant to go on for 2 years, but then it synchronized perfectly with the pandemic. So and since the main objective with this archive was to engage with people in different ways, to have physical events where people could show up and talk to each other. I guess that was a lot of the. Then again, Kulturbyggan was quite gracious to let us postpone our different physical events for a number of times. So eventually we got to make all the original events, but sort of ended for for the founders for the first year. So I had to work for free for 1 or 2 years or something like that. But I would say that that's probably our biggest issue. I would say how to get the funding. We're sort of on a hiatus, like two years back, but we've always done different like pop-up events, like these conferences or Cinema Queer and like that. Oh, the future. Yes. So we have a there's we have another big project that we're trying to for quite a while, which is based on the concept of desiring paths, the term within architecture where people make you have the intentions of the architect. People always transcribe. So we want to use it as a queer concept within our work to the different what do you say, spatial deviances we all do in everyday life, and in what way that can spur. Okay. So yes, we're interested in deviancies in spatial environment, but then again, like the next step is also, since we're a sound archive, what kind of sonic deviance do we do in our everyday life, and how can we think of that in different critical ways? And so we want to, for example, we had one idea of an old cruising area in Halland. I don't remember the name of the region now, but to think of it in that ways, but also to think of it in more than human ways, like different actors interact with each other, like the birds or the wares. Yep.
I think the big challenge is like how to keep it ongoing, and thinking all the time we can do it without money and with money, but kind of the same level somehow. So I think to keep people that's already been in Sápmi doing stuff, to have it like a lust-based archive, that everyone work in different ways from lust, to have the a happy time together in Sápmi, so we can continue the work, because money is really hard question, and because of the culture down, the hard situation right now. So that's the thing I think of most thing going on without money. And I think we are quite a lot of people active now, like 20, 30 people that do different things. And if everyone do small parts, we can keep on. So we right now are really a few, and have so little of process working, but we do quite a lot. We have events every week, the people coming to Sápmi with questions and we want to be volunteering, and so that's the thing we try to organize somehow to collectively have it ongoing in this way. So I think the big challenge now. And about the future, yeah, I think keep on like this. It seems that we are having requests, so we know we do a good work somehow. We can meet people all over and over town and so on. I forgot to present the Karin Kabeila here. Yeah, we'll have the next Nightfall in 21st of November, and then we deep into Palestinian and Lebanese filmmaking here in Sweden.
Great. So sorry to just repeat, money is our main problem, and would like to think of like, oh, what difficulties do we have? Try to think of some cute anecdote, that some mishap. But actually, money is the greatest problem, and not just because we would like to have resources to do the archival work, but also because we live in a society that makes lack of money difficult for people in many different ways. For example, the person doing the interviews with the newcomers didn't tell us Sweden millions of words have gotten unemployment from QRAB in order to stay. We didn't have money, they couldn't find other work, and had to go back to Lebanon, which right now is horrific to think about. So, and the future, hopefully, will keep us moving. Some emotions that we find fulfilling.
Very short. In the recent year, we have spent a lot of time meeting bigger construction or building companies in the Stockholm area, because the interest in the pink money is huge. And we were trying to find a good location for it. But in the end, we talk about money and capability and are we really hard on it? Because we haven't that experience in having a huge museum, and it's not that easy to putting up a museum. So I should be very honest, we have really rethink this question, but we spent a lot of time in meeting those actors, and often ended up that it went good to start those discussions without a very good ground. And therefore, I'm very positive for the moment. In Stockholm, there is a huge discussion at the moment of House of Q. It's a man called Peter Sandqvist that is very active, and we have met him, and it's a building in Värtahamn, and at the harbour, perhaps you should say, in Stockholm. And we are very interested in discussion, a place where we could future get together, trying our own separate ways, because it's collecting money. My hopefully wish is that we start with the goal. What do we really want to achieve, or what is our goal? And money is just a way of getting to the goal. Sometimes it takes a long time, sometimes quicker, but I really mean we shouldn't spend those hours in just being worried for money. We should try to, we should share our best experience how to get money and how to achieve better goals together. So I think.
Okay, I have a positive sign, and it's really, really nice to hear that the presentations activated your discussions very much. There was a lot of buzz around your table, so who would like to share what they were talking first?
Downstairs.
No, I wanted to share because I actually have a question. But because we came into talking about stage fear, we actually came off the subject. And then now we a little bit raised the question of financing and money. But I've been thinking about, because recently, maybe it was even yesterday on the radio here in the national broadcast radio, they talked about private financing and business coming in, financing. I spent quite some time in the States, and you can withdraw, even if you go to Goodwill and give your clothes, you can take off the money from your taxes. And of course, it's interesting for a lot of businesses to put money into welfare and cultural. Not enough, but much more than here. So I'm thinking, would it be interesting for you to change that, so money given to organizations or new museums would come from private money, because I think maybe it would be quite a possibility, because there are some rich people within the LGBTQ, and it's like you say, it's pink money. So how do you reflect around that? Am I supposed to ask a question like that?
No.
Maybe we can collect a few questions and then we answer all of them at once, because we have only 10 minutes. So.
Thank you for your presentations. Funding, but I was thinking also rents for everything. It's a huge issue now, because also Dramaten, the Royal Dramatic Theatre and the Opera and etc. So everything is doubling up now, and for smaller theatres and organizations, etc. So of course it's good to have someone rich, but there was a debate in Stockholm last week with the Minister of Culture, who also said that you need to bring in private money. So I was thinking, where could that money come from? Okay, there are possibilities, of course, and I don't know anyone rich, but it's I would love to. But I was thinking about the Straight Museum, because that project, it's a classic mecenate system. That there is someone actually who is willing to come in. Often people who have money, who want to donate to culture. I was thinking like Robert Weil and others, they have specific, it's only the performing arts, or it's only the arts, visual arts, so then there is the classic music, etc. So, but the thing is that those of us who come from this social democratic back in the days that Sweden used to be, we always thought that it was also the responsibility of the state, actually, to guarantee both for the free field, cultural field, but also, of course, for the state institutions. So private money is not reliable. Yeah. Yeah, I understand. Yeah, I understand, because I understand your point, because no, I don't want to polarize. It is just a question that we are encouraged to go that way. So it's more a thing. even a small space costs money, actually. So money is always the issue. More a comment?
Anyone else?
Why do some people connect? So
You can answer. Yeah, maybe some questions will come.
Yes, so many. Speaking for myself, not for the board of QRAB officially, I'm happy to take any money, but we always have to think about the conditions that might come with money. Like, does someone just want to throw money at us? Be my guest, we'll take it. But if they want to, like, oh, could you change this? Could you focus on these topics? Could you? It might be good suggestions, but it might be suggestions that we're not willing to participate in. So money, fine, but the conditions surrounding the money is always very important.
I think it's 3 years ago we had a meeting called Sápmi Future meeting, where we opened up to people to come to our place and just talk about future and how to survive. And at that meeting, we decided to write letters to rich gay people. We haven't sent any out, but we collected a list of names. So we have some people we want to grab soon. Also, the other thing is we have the programs circulating. We never ever show anything from Sápmi without getting the artist paid. So it's a circulation, but this year we started to take 10% from that money to administration. And last year it was almost 300,000 Swedish kroner from just selling programs and selling, like distributing the pieces. So now we had at least, hopefully 10% from that to Sápmi. And the next thing is that we always have donation possibilities at all events. From bar and from the entrance thing, and we always have that in the black box behind the stage. And we have never used it yet, so I think it's quite a lot, so we will maybe survive a half a year from that money or something.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with Olof here. I would say I also speak only personally, not representing the archive here, but I think the idea of private funding or private money gives me personally the ick, probably because it's always conditioned in some way. If it's not, then yeah, maybe, but then it often also turns into like a sponsorship or something like that, which I would say would ruin the foundations of our idea of what the archive of pink noises should be, or could be. And I think also the tendency of smaller initiatives grasping for private money is also symptomatic of a state that doesn't show enough interest of these kinds of initiatives. I think there's like a political incitement to actually start valuing these kinds of works that we do, and I think tax-funded money is probably the way to go. Yeah.
I think like this, of course we should depend on the state or the region or the local society that we live in, that they should support us with money. But you also know that the political organization changes over time. So we see it in Sweden for the moment. It's getting lesser and lesser money to culture. So that's also a problem that I want to address. But in a state of mind, I'm open for private money, and I'm not open for everything. But I also think that, just to make an example, think of if we have a good co-founding of pink money in our own queer community, it could also be a solid part of finance. So that I address the finance problem. I mean that we always start talking about money and not the goal. And therefore, I also would like to return to what is our main goal? What do we want to achieve? And not starting it, oh, it's just 100 crowns. So we didn't reach to Gothenburg. We ended up in Södra this year. I mean, you should have a goal and fight for it and find different finances. We have quite good community, and you know they talk about DINK, so double income, no kid money, in at least the gay community. So I think we have to be open for alternative finance ways. So that's my point of view.
Thank you. And a couple more comments, not about money maybe. It's an important topic apparently, but
No, that was this.
Thank you. So not about money, but about preservation. And thank you for your talk. Very interesting and fantastic initiatives, all of them. And I must say that on telling about having to turn down artifacts, people wanting to donate to the Unstraight Museum, it really breaks my heart. So I was thinking about how, and I would like to hear a little bit more about the cooperation QRAB has with other institutions, but because I think making formalized cooperation with other institutions is probably the way to go. But then again, I'm sitting right next to a museum director here, and she tells that that they don't have the resources to collect material. So, and I think that goes for a lot of museums, that the kind of collection has stopped. So history stops in 1975 and the resources for collecting stopped or whenever. So I think it is a bigger issue for the whole cultural sector. But for me, the preservation of the material that you have already collected and are offered is so crucial. So it would be a catastrophe if all the material from all your project at some point disappeared. So kind of making a plan for the preservation for all future for the material you have collected and are offered is something that I think is really important.
Okay. Sorry, I had to run out for collecting the food for lunch. But I just overheard when I got back that you only mentioned about that you couldn't be, the Unstraight Museum couldn't take a donation to come, a collection to come. But we are a few persons that has been talking about how to solve that problems. There's loads of private collectors, not just gay males, but also lesbians and other sorts of people, non-binaries, and all in between. And that has been having an ongoing discussion for some years now, how to manage this. And there are quite a few museum directors that are queer in Sweden, and also engaged in both private museums, municipality museums, and state-owned museums. And what we were thinking is that we could have a database with a private collectors' donations that can be squeezed in here and there in the magazines in different museums, but kept together, thematic and by names. And I'm talking about art now, but can be stored here and there, kept together in a database, thematic, and in whatever tags that are needed. And so people who want to donate their babies, their baby collections, their dearest art can do that. And instead of seeing it getting sold and spread by their, cousins, daughter's child, or whatever is there to inherit in the end of the time. So, but we are going to take that initiative after this conference and after this network report that I'm responsible for. And then we are going to, you know, get going with that project. So it's going to be like an Unstraight, what is it called? Stiftung? Stiftelse? Foundation? Yes, eventually, just ways.
Okay, so we are out of time, so I will give the microphone for the last time for all of you to comment or to respond.
We have a plan, or at least it's stipulated in our statutes that this collections will be taken care of. Yeah.
Yeah, we have not maybe solved it, but we have this newly bought Finnish database that we at least keep going with the digital things, and we have also a physical smaller archive based in Sápmi space right now. So I hope that one will be taken care of more, and we have like 5 queer archivists that built their own group inside Sápmi, so they are working with that now.
Yeah, we have this project that I was talking about that we still really want to do, so we'll make it happen somehow. And I can also say that if you have some form of queer cultural production in sonic formats, you can just go into our website and email us or talk to me if you want to contribute to the archive. It's rosabrus.nu. It's pink noise in Swedish.nu. Yeah. Thank you.
And I would like to thank you for raising the question. It's so important, and I'm so glad, Pia, that you gave a very good futuristic idea how to solve it. So I thought that. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much for this talk. We would like to give everyone a little gift bag as a thank you and as a reminder to keep your archive and to possibly donate it to QRAB or anywhere else. Thank you so much for this.
Welcome back with our next guest. Madina Tlostanova is a professor in post-colonial and gender studies at Linköping University. She has written and researched extensively from decolonial and post-Sovietic perspectives. And we have asked Madina to problematize queer archives from different perspectives. And we are very happy to present Madina Tlostanova here today, because she's a busy bee. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much, Pia, for your generous introduction, and thank you for inviting me. I was really excited to come. So when I got the invitation from Pia and the organizers, I was really happy because for me this is a wonderful opportunity to learn something that normally you don't have access to, maybe as somebody being totally in an academic bubble most of the time. So I'm very happy. And I also must say that I was a bit embarrassed, like, do I have the right to speak at this event? I felt a little bit like an imposter because I work a lot with archives. I work a lot with activist movements together with them also, not on them, but with them. I work a lot with museums and with decolonizing museums in different countries. But I never worked specifically on queer archives, and that's why I'm learning here a lot, and it's a wonderful place for me to learn. But I dealt, as a scholar, writing several of my books, I dealt with queer archives, or with archives where the queer traces were purposely erased, especially in Central Asia, and I learned a lot doing that. Maybe today I will also speak a little bit about some kind of archives, or a specific kind of archives where almost nothing is left, where almost all information is lost, and what do you do in this case, and why then art or literature becomes, or theater becomes such an important device of knowledge making. And I know that we don't have much time, so I will try to be short and not go too much into theoretical details. And the first slide that you have here, with the title Archive as a Decolonial World in Devise, Pro and Contra, or Pro and Contra, also has this wonderful illustration, and don't worry, I have the rights to it because I use it in one of my books, and so I have the letter signed by the artist, so don't worry. It's my friend and an artist with whom I've worked for maybe more than 10 years, Aslan Gaysun. He is a Czechenian artist, now living in Europe. And this is one of his works in which he struggles with the traumatized past and tries to make sense of this past. And of course, in Czechenian case, as many layers of violence, of imperial violence, right? So this is sort of comes from his own personal archive, as opposed to museum archives that don't have such objects. These are traditional objects from Czechenian culture, the jugs that were used to carry water, and they were very specific, and each of them had its own design, and by this design you could know where this person comes from, what family, what is their status, you know, are they married or not, or do they have children, everything. And so as a result of deportation of Chechenian people by Stalin, when they lost almost everything and were not allowed to go back to their original ancestral villages, and then as a result of 2, or let's say some historians say 3 wars organized by the current Russian Federation against Chechnya, everything is lost, and even the main Chechnya museum, ethnographic museum, doesn't have any of these jugs. And so these come from Aslan's own private archive, or cultural archive of a sort. But why some of them are made of glass? Of course, it's not how it's supposed to be. But at one of the exhibitions where he was invited to present his work, he decided to make these glass copies. And I asked him, what does it represent? Why do you need to make them of glass? Because of the fragility of culture, because of the fragility of memories? He said, not only that. Remember that in some museums, when they have a little piece of something left, like in prehistorical times, then they use glass to to make the rest of the object that is missing. And so in this case, everything is missing because nothing is left of this, of memories and of these archives. And so for him, it's a materialization of this having nothing and then only using your imagination to work with it. And so this is one of the things that I wanted to maybe talk a little bit about. And this is a sort of an epigraph to the conversation today, which comes from a recent book which deals with some historical trajectories after colonialism. Some of these trajectories were not based on nation-state model. Others were really potentially dangerous, like Eurasian model, for instance, which we see today in the aggressive politics of Russia. But I like this idea and the way it plays with this sentence, the way it plays and replays and kind of rethinks the temporal relationships, how past connects to the future. These futures that were once imagined but never came to be. Alternatives that might have been and whose unrealized emancipatory potential may now be recognized and reawakened as durable and vital legacies. And I think this is important to have, to keep this perspective and this specific kind of optics when we think about archives and what can we do or cannot do with them. Now, Pia said that I'm usually associated with decolonial option, and I must say, yes, I've had a long history with them. I've been doing this for more than 2 decades. But now I'm more skeptical, maybe because I think that the decolonial gurus, the decolonial canon itself, and people who are associated with it are not sensitive enough to the important political shifts that are taking place today in the world, in the global order. And that's why it's important, before kind of talking about the decolonizing anything, also be critical about the paradigm itself of decolonization of everything. Because you know that these days, depoliticization and trivialization of decolonial discourse is also, unfortunately, what is happening. Like, everybody's decolonizing everything, from fashion to food. And in most cases, people don't even understand what is meant by that. And they don't have this specific local connection to a context in which the colonial paradigm emerged. And that, of course, explains some of its limitations and some of its also positive features that can take it forward. And it's interesting that today, because of these horrible events happening in the world, the armed conflicts, the genocides that unfortunately we find ourselves in the midst of once again in the 21st century, actually decolonial thought is being revamped by people coming from these regions. So today I would rather read a Ukrainian scholar who claims to be decolonial, or Palestinian scholar who claims to be decolonial, rather than, you know, the original Latin American texts. And I think this is also an important shift, because it also changes the archives and the kind of archives we deal with and will be dealing with in the future. Right today, for example, when I was listening to the opening speech, I got a message from Ukrainian colleagues who have a network for decolonization of Ukraine and Ukrainian studies of Ukraine and on Ukraine, and they were just, you know, saying that a new book is being published on that, and it's amazing the kind of work they do. It's not only theoretical work, but very much museum work, because I also deal with some museum curators there, and it's a lot of work that people don't even notice, but it has to do with you know, how you present, how you represent things, what kind of museum tags you put, you know, how you rethink the whole kind of connections and belongings or non-belongings of certain artists and figures, and it's really impressive. But at the same time, if we kind of agree that we want to decolonize things, and then we have also to discuss what do we mean by that. Does it mean only critical perception, or does it mean some kind of deconstruction? For me, very much it means defamiliarization, I would say that. I mean, if we speak about how to explain what is to decolonize, it's not only about colonies and empires, but it's also about defamiliarizing ourselves with a certain framework in which we've been, you know, educated and brought up, like whatever we learned at school, at the university, whatever is normative in a society. So how do we push ourselves out of this comfort zone and start questioning it and thinking that why is normative? Should it be even normative, right? So in that sense, I think it's a very important but difficult question. Can we really decolonize archives? Because archives, as we heard this morning, are so complex, so different, so special, contradictory, potentially can be manipulative if they come from certain kind of knowledge sources, right? And if we take, for example, university and museum as two main modern/colonial institutions for knowledge production and distribution, then of course it's very problematic what kind of archives are allowed there and what they are transmitting, and then what can we do with this kind of archives, right? So as we cannot decolonize the state, we cannot decolonize the university, we cannot decolonize archives. So in the sense that we should do it, we should try to do it, it's a constant process. but it has no result, let's say, right? It's an open-ended process, and they would never can say, oh yeah, finally the state is decolonized and the culture is decolonized, museum is decolonized. No, it's not. So that makes it, of course, very challenging and sometimes depressing, because when we work at these institutions, we have to do it from the belly of the beast, right? Very often, because not all of us are blessed with having special institutions, sometimes creating them where we can actually do something completely different. And we've heard wonderful stories about that also this morning. And also, of course, it has to do not only with archives as physical things or digital things or stories, but also with decolonizing memories and ways to problematize and dismantle coloniality of memory as a very effective mechanism, a violent instrument of Euromodernity. As a specific onto-epistemic system that controls people through imposing certain ways of remembering on them, right? And we all know this very well, of course. And coloniality of memory is one of the central concepts of the colonial option, around which many works are based, including artistic works, including exhibitions, including museum collections also, because it has to do with this brainwashing mechanism on anger, and on negativism. And that's why I love the term that was introduced by a Colombian queer artist and cultural theorist, Adolfo Alban, which is re-existence. So how do we learn to re-exist, to exist anew, to kind of relive the world anew in a positive sense, to remake it anew based on different principles? And that very much is also part of archives, and how do we select things to be remembered and kind of kept in these archives. So in this sense, I think that it very much depends on what drives us, I guess, in this archive making. Yeah, and that, of course, I don't know if you agree with me or not, because, of course, I understand that when you're working with especially physical archives, with something very material and real, it's difficult to agree that it's all very kind of arbitrary, actually, and very much connects with how we remember and who remembers, right? And very much there is this gap between what actually happened and what we perceived as important in this happening, right? And I think that for historians who tend to be more positivist, let's say, and it's not a critique, it's just it's a nature of the discipline, is one thing. But for me, as coming from literary criticism, is a very different thing, because it's all about interpretations, right? It's all about points of view. And that's why I'm not kind of surprised to find out that all archives are arbitrary in that sense. And it all depends on who makes them and based on what. But it doesn't mean that it's all about relativism. Yeah, because there are certain things on which we maybe agree and on which we share, and things that we find politically important. And that for me now is a big question. I don't know, I don't have an answer. Maybe you will have an answer. Maybe as a result of our discussions we'll have an answer. Like, there are so many small group identities these days, and many of them are totally impervious to each other, and each of them comes with their own victimhood narrative of some sort, which is important to talk about. I totally agree with you. But I think that if we stop at that, if we don't hear each other's stories, let's say, and narratives, if we have no interest in other archives also, and there is no transversal connection of some kind of dialogue, then it's pretty pointless, you know, in the end, because it will be like the modernity still will use its device of divide and rule, and we will be all stuck in our smaller narratives and smaller archives. So I don't know, maybe you disagree with me, but I think it is crucial these days to find these points of convergence. convergence and what is at stake for most humans, let's say, with all our differences, with all the things that we disagree on. And I mean, for me, it's increasingly the questions of the so-called Anthropocene. Of course, I don't like the term because it's very Eurocentric, but I mean, the questions that are connected with this survival of the planet with different species, including human species also. And at the same time, I mean, this problematic has a very clear colonial and imperial dimension and a racist dimension, also racial, let's say, right, which is usually not noticed in most of kind of new materialistic discussions. So that, for me, allows to bring different critical voices, including decolonial voices and also others, and queer voices for sure, into this conversation. And I feel that sometimes it's lacking, at least in academia, in academic discourse. I notice that in artistic discourse is not the case, because I deal with many artists, as I said, in former socialist countries, in Georgia, in Central Asia, in other places. And I see that artists with their specific frameworks and ways of making sense of the world, let's say, they are able to meet this, you know, they are able to bridge these gaps better, sometimes through images, through symbols, through metaphors, through something, you know, that the academic discourse is not always able to do. And for this reason, I think that the future actually is in their hands. And of course, when we speak about these pasts that are forgotten or archives that are lost, it's important maybe to still remember the anti-colonial theorists like Frantz Fanon, who was talking about the mortgaged future, meaning precisely that if you don't know the past, or if your past was censored, if you were forced to remember things in a certain way, including a very maybe negative image of yourself in the dominant culture, then of course the future is mortgaged. And this memory censorship and self-censorship is something that unfortunately goes on until now, until today, yeah. Since again, I mean, I mostly work with traumatic experiences and violent experiences that are associated with the so-called former Soviet countries, of Soviet colonies, I should say. There, of course, this issue becomes even more complicated because even if you can get to archives, you cannot trust them. Most of the archives that are there, I mean, you cannot take them seriously. So the only way you could get information was through oral histories, through people, through talking with different, people. And unfortunately, it's now too late, and many of them are dying, and there is no way. Sometimes there is this break in the texture of different experiences. So people do have to start from scratch. Some of the issues that I worked on myself, for example, something connected with the bachata dancing tradition in Central Asia that I wanted to write about because there was a wonderful theater performance in Tashkent that was made in the early 90s, I think, based on this tradition, on rethinking it, of gender roles and transgender roles, And it's practically impossible to find anything on that because there were several kind of waves of imperial censorship and then Soviet censorship of that. And so there's nothing left except maybe some fiction or some kind of bits and pieces of that. And it's really interesting because then it somehow kind of leaks, let's say, into normative culture, national culture, because this bachata dancing was used in order to kind of invent or reinvent the national Uzbek dance. But it was used by women, or it was kind of the women was supposed to dance that way, although originally it wasn't in that. So it's very interesting, but none of this is discussed, and none of this kind of nobody writes writes about that in any coherent way, except in that theater performance where they made some research. And so it's when I kind of found that out, I was at first very much shocked, because it was like, okay, there is no way you can find this information. And then I started reading a lot of post-colonial writers, anti-colonial writers of the 60s and 70s, and then decolonial indigenous writers especially, who say that, yeah, there are cases when nothing is left, and then you have to use your imagination. And don't dismiss imagination as something, it's not serious. No, it's political imagination. It's politically imagining alternatives, and also politically thinking about the past and feeling it like Aslan did with these drugs, right? So inventing something that is no longer there, and working with this when it's impossible to do something else. And that's why I have this thing here written, no mialis for mankurts. And this is a clash of two different traditions. Mial is a white magic, so-called, like a positive magic, let's say, in Caribbean culture, in Jamaica. And it's very generative. It's very much based on worlding. It's very much based on regeneration. And mankurt is a word that was invented by one of the Soviet writers from Central Asia, Aitmatov, who kind of he invented a myth. It was not the real thing, but in one of his famous books, you have this myth, which tells a story about the people who took their enemies during wars, during conflicts, and they had a very specific kind of torture for them. They kind of tortured them so that they couldn't remember who they were. So they made into some kind of zombies, and they were called mankurts. And that was the worst thing, not to lose your life, but to lose your memory, to lose your connection with who you are and where you come from. And one of the characters who goes through that procedure, he kills his own mother, although she comes and she urges him to remember, but he can't. So it's interesting that in Caribbean tradition, there is this mialism as a way of making magic and revamping this alternative archive, an alternative way of thinking and living, while in this Soviet Central Asian case, no, the mankurts are like that. You cannot bring them back to memories and bring them back to normal connection with other generations and their ancestors and all that. So that is also a very important issue, I think, and it very much puts us into this context, because all of what we're discussing should be contextualized. It's very different in different parts of the world and different trajectories and local histories, and that also needs to be taken into account. Okay, that we discussed. Yeah, and in connection with that, I wanted to maybe mention this. Yes, I'm just skipping some of the things. This idea that in many colonial and post-colonial societies, it's the art of imagination in which the history is buried, right? And in many cases, you can't even be a historian. You cannot have an archive or collect an archive if you live in this colonial or neo-colonial environment, because it's not allowed, it's banned. And so the only way that is allowed is through artwork. Is through, I don't know, writing a fictional text, for instance, or doing an artwork. And I think that this is something that also is increasingly frequent in these no longer post-Soviet spaces, and also in many neo-colonial spaces that are going through similar censorship. Let me find the slide. Okay. Yeah. Yes, this Ariela Azoulay, who writes a lot about history and archives, as you might know. She suggests that archive is a product of empire, which manufactures the past as the past and helps legitimating power in the present and cut off the past from any possibilities of political, social, or cultural effects. And that, to me, also, we can continue this and say that decolonizing archives then would mean something completely opposite, right? To unarchive and open up the past for the dead and for the living. Again, in this case, imagination becomes a very important tool, making recursion possible and leading to a different archaeology, which is not embodied in dusty documents and files and not packaged in storerooms. In a sense, it is an archaeology flourishing in the minds of these imagining subjects and their almost telepathic connections sometimes with the channels of the past, and with when they're trying to recreate these embodied memories, And another maybe dimension of this, and then we wind up, is this idea of species memory. Yeah, the species memory that was suggested by Birgit Kaiser and Katrin Tiller recently when they were reading and trying to engage with the work by Sylvia Winter. Caribbean philosopher, really interesting, and also a writer, playwright. So they come with this idea of species memory, and I think it's their way of trying to get out of these limitations of standpoint critique and identity politics. Yes, I know, yeah. I think that this additional dimension is also a good way of making an archive, right? So what could be species memories, not only human species, but also other species, and how it can help us to use the archive to imagine a different future, or to make our worlding otherwise, to make this process of worlding otherwise. So in that sense, I think that it's important that archives actually can be very positive. We shouldn't always criticize archives. They can also be a starting point in this re-existence and this reimagining and this worlding otherwise process. And of course, it is connected with the constant decolonial work of remembering, healing the colonial wounds and traumas, and this can continue and should continue, but always towards the overcoming of the powerlessness of coloniality. And as we were told not to use any images from internet, again, I will maybe use only one image for which I have the permission, not this one, this one. Yeah, this is my friend also, and decolonial artist and activist and thinker from Kazakhstan, Saule Suleymanova, and I think it's a very interesting example because it comes from her series, which is about memory, again, about memories and archives, and she is the one who always works with archives. She takes old archival photographs of Kazakhian people of the early 20th century, and she makes them and remakes them into collages. And this collage, for example, is made of plastic bags, and she calls it kind of cellophane painting or something like that. And so each of us, when we go to visit her, we bring her plastic bags of all colors so that she can glue them into this. So it's an actual picture, actual photographs that she found in a museum of Ashar Shelik. And Ashar Shelik in Kazakhian means hunger. And it's about famine organized by the Soviets in the early 30s when about 2 million people died of hunger, those who could not escape to China. But many of them did, right? And so this shows this exodus of people who are dying of hunger, basically, and don't want to go to collective farms. It's interesting that when she made an exhibition about this residual memory, and I like the word residual, like the plastic bags are residual because they stay in nature forever. forever, but memory is also residual, and she claims that it stays no matter what, and somebody will remember. And so I love it that in the exhibition we had all of these pictures or collages, but there was also food there that was like offered to these people symbolically who died because they didn't have enough to eat. So there's always this interplay of reality, of really physical, affective objects and things with memories and with this working of these photographs. And I once talked to her and she said, I don't trust archives. And I said, oh, okay, so do I. So we agreed that we are skeptical about official archives, but we're interested in those archives that are not even sometimes considered as archives. You know, like you look at an old photograph and you're interested not in what was depicted there, but what is not there. For example, what is missing, or some strange gaze of someone, you know, something that is, you sense the presence of it, but is not physically there. So this is what creates the texture of memory to me, and what recreates that kind of difficulty and complexity of the world and people's lives and tragedies and traumas. And I'm sorry, I talk too much. Thank you.
We could listen to some hours more of Madina. But now it was a lot of food for thought, right? So let's start up discussions around your tables and for like 5 minutes, and then you can come back with your comments and reflections to, or questions to Madina. Yeah, go on. Okay, time's out there at that table. Time's out. Okay, we have some minutes left with Madina, and so welcome with reflections. I'm gonna be the runner with the mic, and as a punishment, you will start. Who's taking the mic?
Yeah, I don't know if we have. Yes, I shall. Thank you. Thank you very much, Madina. This was very insightful. I'll start by speaking from my perspective. It was very important to hear a lot of the terms and the perspectives and thoughts that you brought in this room today. For me, it felt very, good in my heart. So thank you for that. I don't know if we have a specific question. We just started the conversation about fabulation and the dissonance between, if I'm correct me if I'm recapping wrong, the idea of fabulation and the logisticality maybe, or structural ways of thinking of archive, and then we ended on that the idea of, or that's what I wanted to continue with, this the idea of the logistics of how archives are done is based on how memory is thought to be. But then my question was in that conversation that I wanted to ask or instigate the conversation with was, what happens if the way that we save memory is done in a different way, or is not done in a logic, or is not preserved in any way that could be accessed in itself? And this is where I think the idea of archive, like the decolonial, potentially, if I'm understanding correctly, perception of archival.
For instance, I try to write not only essays or chapters, let's say essays, but also speculative fiction. And to me, that was the only possible way to talk about something that I wanted to discuss. And that's why I think that fabulation is a way of doing a part of work also, especially in difficult cases where nothing else is possible. So I'm all for it. Thank you so much.
Okay, some other reflections or comments? Yes, I just give the microphone to Tiina.
Thank you for a very stimulating talk. I'm
more skeptical to memories and fabulations, and the imagining of the past, to me, mostly says more about the present than the past, which is also interesting. I mean, it says a lot about the present, which is important, but for the past, I'm more interested in the traces that we can find also in the archives. So the voices, I'm a folk life researcher, I'm an ethnologist, and I'm really interested in the voices of the people of the past. And I was just telling, there is the Norwegian LGBT organization just had a campaign that they posted a few weeks ago about queer history. And what they did was that they asked two young people, how do you think it was to be gay in the 1950s? And the two young people answered, oh, I think it was terrible. And the other one said, oh, it was almost impossible. And I'm so glad I live today. And to me, and then they backed that up with a few quotes from elder gay activists. And to me, that is such a patronizing approach to the past and the people of the past. So again, I think imaginations and fabulations are fantastic, and it opens up our mind. I don't necessarily think it says so much about the past. So that's my take.
Thank you.
Say two words. Yeah, absolutely. And I was not trying to say that we don't need that whenever it's possible. But in many cases, there are no people from the past that you can set up and make an interview with, you know, or they're afraid to speak, and they still are. And for example, in Čičelian case, it was a swan who I mentioned at the beginning, who did a project with his own grandmother who was deported by Stalin as a child in 1940s. He came back, and for the next 60 years, he was saying about it. She was scared. And only when he made a film after this, then she started speaking, you know? And that way we learned something. But he's actually lucky that she's there. Because, for example, my own grandmother died before when she passed away by what she went through, right? So I don't have a choice. I have to imagine this. But when it's possible, it's wonderful. I totally agree with you. It's great if we have that, if we have objects, if we have something. But maybe it's because of the nature of what I do. I usually deal with people who lost everything, including the physical things that you can keep, including myself. I have my archives of memories. Place where I will never go back to, right? So it's lost. And in many cases, you just have to imagine. But you put them right, of course, language access is and important. Okay.
Yeah, so I'm just doing my power thing, and I'm giving the microphone to the Lithuanian comrades.
Well, I don't know. I don't have a question. Maybe my colleagues have. But to summarize, we were talking about artistic practices and how we can interpret materials from the archives and how we can use it and most probably activate it then from the artistic point of view. Maybe someone wants to add something?
You were talking? Yeah, I took most of the space. I'm sorry. Yes, well, I've been thinking during these 3 conferences that we have been talking surprisingly little about artistic practices and how they could be used with this kind of archival work and working with historical research. And my background is in arts, but I'm studying curating now, and studying curating has made me totally an archive nerd. I didn't see that coming, but it has happened. And I'm thinking that certain, I'm trying to keep this short. So I think that certain artistic ways of engaging public could be also ways of creating archival material. Like there has been these talks about collecting stories and oral history, but it could also be, well, I'm going to show an example. It could be like collecting stories in zine format, or maybe videos or anything. Or you could invite artists to work with the archival material, and you never know what comes out of that. If you have an open call, then you can like have people who are into working with archival material, and then they might have ideas on their own how to make it whatever they will make. Like I'm thinking of the first conference where Emil Santtu was talking about that theater piece that they made out of like one, like I think it was like one line that could be found in the archives, and it made into a piece of theater that won the prize of best piece of theater that year in Finland. So there are like amazing gems in the archives, and they are like, they really deserve to be, those stories deserve to be told. Yeah.
Thank you. Do you have a comment, Madina?
No, I don't think I have a comment. I totally agree 100%. And I like this discussion, but nothing else to add here.
Okay, then before we go on to the next, it was a very good bridge to the next panel, which will consist of 2 artists and moderated by Malin Holgersson. But before that, 5 minutes break and a warm hand to Madina.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Beautiful.
Okay, so now we're starting the next session, which will turn to art, actually, speaking of the previous question. There will be 2 presentations by artists. The first by Conny Karlsson Lundgren, standing here, who will be talking about Gothenburg Affairs. The Gothenburg Affairs. And then we will be joined by link by Sam Hultin, who is unfortunately not feeling great and joining us from Stockholm. And then there will be room for a conversation between you and them and us all. But now I will give the floor to to Conny Karlsson Lundgren, an artist who has been working with queer history in many different ways. For instance, he's the artist responsible for the LGBTQI monument in Gothenburg, the Glade, which is located close to Järntorget in that direction. It's in the little guide folder that you all got. I don't remember which number it is, but one of the little dots is the Glade. Please welcome Conny.
A small red naked light pulsates and pokes attention at 120 BPM, the same rate that the pulse reaches when aroused, or the same beat as disco and house music, the intoxicating light of love. The title of the piece is drawn from an article in the Gothenburg-based magazine VD from 1924. A pink-colored warm light, the intoxicating light of love, is how the infamous editor Bartol Lundén describes what he first encountered when he crashed a private party in Partille outside Gothenburg a winter evening the same year.
The festivities were hosted by the Karlsson brothers, who were part of a circle of gay men, or how Lundén chooses to describe them, a homosexual plague. Lundén ran the Boulevard magazine VD during the 1920s, 1930s, and the tabloid was characterized by highly conservative entertainment and cultural journalism with a persistent anti-Semitic and homophobic language. On the wall in the exhibition space is a spread from the magazine, where the editor's description of the man's supposedly degenerate activities from the party are reproduced in a series of vivid snapshots. The homophobic language seems to reveal more complex feelings of fascination and desire, with an almost sensuous, poetic attention to details. Although Lundgren felt that he had successfully completed his mission, he was evicted and thrown out from the party. Here, I rather see an early act of resistance in which the brothers find strength in the collective community and defend a private, intimate sphere. In the sparse scenography of the wallpaper and pulsating light, Prologue, the Gothenburg Affair, presents imaginary evidence material with 3 objects present at the party described by the editor in the article. 3 still life photographs shaped and informed by both the playful still life genre of modernism and the emerging crime scene photography of the interwar period. The latter, a type of photography in which police officers are often seen pointing directly at the evidence. And the 3 objects are a pearl necklace with a title based on a quote from the article, "There were 2 sitting, cheek to cheek, with arms tenderly entwined around the tiny waist." A sailor cap with the title, "There another leaned his head so tenderly against his neighbor's chest." And finally, plums with cream, titled, "There was another pair that sat so tight, close to each other." As a performative gesture, I let my hand emphasize the essence of the still life images, the evidence through a modest movement, a caress, a way of touching history, tracing queer kinship. Prologue is the first half of the 2-part installation and performative work, The Gothenburg Affair from 2021, commissioned by Hasselblad Foundation, and were shown in the 2 exhibitions, The New Eye and With New Eyes at Hasselblad and Göteborg Konsthall, both exhibitions with a focus on the interwar period and the emergence of lens-based media. However, these documentations are from Bonnier's Konsthall in Stockholm earlier this year. The article is one of several in Lundgren's incitement to the city's emerging homosexual subcultures, where stricter actions by law enforcement is required. What can also be recognized between the lines is how well organized the parties, networks, and relationships seem to have been, as a haven for people with transgressive identities and sexual desires, with a new sense of self that seems to have grown firmly rooted in the art and cultures of the time. These events would be the start of a much talked about trial against a circle of gay men a decade later. In 1937, the much publicized trial of a group of gay men in Gothenburg begins. 12 men stand trial, and they are referred to as kretsen, or the circle in English. It is one of the last major court cases before homosexual acts were decriminalized in Sweden in 1944. And during these years, brief erotic encounters were initiated in the city's public spaces and secret passages. But above all, the circle created a community during festivities in each other's homes, where stories, desires, and experiences were shared. They recited poetry for each other, listened to music, and danced together. They referred to each other by chosen female names: Viola, Olivia, Carmen, Rosa, Sarah, and Josephine. They described the relationship as a spiritual kinship. I spent hours in the regional state archive in Gothenburg, reading and transcribing court papers. The thoroughly mapped narratives are deeply influenced by the criminology and forensic psychiatry of the era, with attitudes and gazes recording bodies and behaviors that deviate from the norm of the time. As so often during my research, I had an intense bodily reaction to the narratives that materialized. I visualized the spatial performance and developed the script, a monologue based on the interrogations. The narratives were translated back and reimagined from the perspective of the accused. The performance takes place in a scenography made out of tables, a forensic chair, a speaker's chair, a record player, and once again the pulsating lamp, a nod to the previous work, Prologue. The performance becomes a way to embody, transform, and reimagine a set of historical records. Trigger words such as ejaculation, fornication, and semen, which were used by the police to signal offenses, were kept in the script as a way to emphasize the authorities' control. At the home of one of the accused men, the police found over 300 indecent photographs, which were used to identify several of the men in the circle. A selection of the erotic images serves as a choreographic score, traced and performed as a parallel layer with the narratives. The performer moves slowly through the fragmented scenography while delivering the monologue. His movements are hesitant, repetitive, almost dreamlike, and drawn from the not quite remembered. His body becomes a site for reclaiming the image's status as acts and objects of desire, rather than crimes. He's dressed in Swedish military underwear from the 1930s, a silky sleeveless top, silk socks covered by men's socks, white sneakers, and a pearl necklace. The double socks reference a practice of hiding feminine-coded clothing underneath masculine clothing. Pictured is Eddie Mio Larsson that performed the piece in Swedish. And in this excerpt we follow the testimony of backvision from a party of the home of Josephine, and here performed in English by Ido Grimberg.
In recent years, I've been to parties with several of the accused men in their homes. It was just a small circle gathering together. We addressed each other by female names. I'm called the backvision. During these parties, we're dressed in women's clothing, and there is food and wine, reading, singing, and expressive dancing to gramophone music. We feel a spiritual kinship with each other, seeing each other as lady friends. We could go on well into the night when everyone gets more or less intoxicated. Fornication does not occur during these parties, but we speak about it. I know many homosexual men in Gothenburg, but I'm all alone and by myself for the most part. At one of the parties last winter, I was offered to wear a white silk dress with a deep décolleté back. I usually don't like women's clothing, and I say to myself that even if I'm a homosexual, I should not be coquettish. The best attire is voted that night, and I win a prize, small silver cup. Everyone admires my back. Strangely enough, the dress gives me distaste for homosexual intercourse. It doesn't fit together. I'm good at expressive dancing, and I dance for the others. And we feel desire for caresses by men.
The performer's words from the man's testimonies speak of spiritual connections and expressive dancing. He speaks through both desire and denial, resting in details such as the image of an ecstatic kiss that turned into a bruise, or aroused bodies tasting of raspberry jam. Another nod to the previous prologue in the scenography is a new still life of imaginary evidence material, including literature referenced in the court papers. A few of these books were borrowed from the QRAB archive. Midway through the choreography, he stops and changes position from accused to accuser, and he activates materials on the tables in various ways. He flips over an IQ test, which was part of their forensic psychiatric evaluations, and he moves the lens over a spread from Ernst Kretschmer's book on the physiognomic classification system for body types, theories that significantly influenced criminology in Sweden in the interwar period. Towards the end, he reads from the forensic psychiatric protocols, describing the accused in sentences such as, I quote, "He is lean and asthenic, he is quite narrow over the shoulders with a marked waist, and is strikingly wide over the hips." And the protocols highlight feminine appearances through subjective definitions of delicate and soft, while commenting on attributes such as wearing lady stockings or having inked eyebrows. In the final segment, the performer quotes the sentences imposed by the court on the 12 men. Before leaving the room, he starts the record player and returns to the choreography, now dancing to a new edit of the song Jazzgossen, the jazz boy in English, originally from 1922 by the artist Karl Gerhard. The lyrics describe an early subculture of men using feminine-coded attributes and expressions, and I imagine this song may have been played frequently at the circle's many parties. The new version was made by the duo Inaudible, and one of the members, Johan Sundell, presented here earlier today. Moving beyond just retelling the story as it appears in the archive and raising awareness of it, we feel a desire for Caresses by Men is an attempt at reimagine and embody a community of using erotics as resistance. If the court documents hold records of oppression and violence, my intention is one of care, a caress, a way of touching history and tracing queer kinship. So, last but not least, Gläntan, the Glade, the LGBTQI monument here in Gothenburg. At the end of last year, Sweden's first LGBTQI+ monument, Gläntan, or the Glade, was inaugurated. It is located on Esperantoplatsen in central Gothenburg. The square is full of contradictions, a place of joy, struggle, and community over the years, but also the site of hate crimes in the early 1990s. The monument is meant to remind people of the struggle for the rights of LGBTQI+ people today, yesterday, and tomorrow. The project was initiated after a proposal to Gothenburg Art from the local grassroots movement and was launched with a solid pre-study and workshops together with local LGBTQI+ communities and archives in Gothenburg, such as QRAB and NNAQH, who are also present this weekend, of course, and one of the projects is the beautiful My Queer Gothenburg, a sound work and audio guide by Sam Hultin, who will speak after me. A multitude of voices, lived realities, experiences, needs, and desires are meant to share space here. For many of us who are part of any of the communities that make up the glimmering LGBTQI+ spectrum, the closest we have in common is that we have been forced to appear on different social and political stages. I reflected on the space as an open and social stage. The monument is made up of several parts that reflect different times and places. In the middle are 3 layers in pink concrete that can be used as a meeting place and stage. Each layer represents a space from Gothenburg's queer history. None of the spaces remain today, but they are all depicted to scale, according to the original floor plans, placed on top of each other, following each room's cardinal points. The pink paving stone shows the layout of the dance floor of the nightclub Touch at Esperantoplatsen in the 80s and 90s. The nightclub was located in the same building as the non-profit Swedish Federation for LGBTQ+ rights. Here, bodies have moved through sweaty nights, and many social contacts and erotic encounters were formed over the years. The building also housed the organization's cafe, bookstore, and library, and was central to its efforts to prevent the spread of HIV and AIDS. Touch was the first gay club I visited as a newcomer to the city and a newly out teenage queer. The dance floor was moved a few meters from its original location and placed in the square. The middle layer shows the layout of the kitchen in the feminist collective Högst upp, or at the top. The collective was housed in an apartment in Gothenburg from the 1970s up until 2017. And known for its openness, the collective hosted women, lesbians, queer feminists, and trans people as residents and visitors over the years. And one of the bathrooms contained the collective's shared notebooks, which became an open archive. The kitchen was the hub, where kitchen political meetings and other gatherings took place. And the top layer shows the bedroom of Josephine, whose home was one of several secret meeting places for gay men before homosexual acts were decriminalized. And the community at Josephine revolved around sharing experiences, desires, and stories, listening to music and dancing together. And several of those visiting Josephine referred to each other by chosen female names, and you might recognize the circle from my previous work. The entire location is framed by trees. As they grow, will enhance the intimacy of the glade. And this mirrors the numerous parks and cruising areas within the city that has provided alternative spaces to express desires, when other spaces have not been allowed to exist. In the background is the old entrance to Touch. On top of the uppermost layers are 3 pillows made of pink marble as a memorial to those who are not longer with us, with the imprints of lovers, friends, or close members of an extended family. And the pillows are depictions of real pillows from contemporary queers, collected through an open call, 3D scanned after a night's sleep and sculpted in marble. The pillows are a reminder of all the private lives and intimate desires that have been exposed and turned into politics in the fight for equal rights. Across the ground is a dotted brass line. This symbolized the movement, the root of the March for Equal Rights during the 1981 Gothenburg Liberation Weekend. The line ends where it begins. The line signifies an understanding of time as both a labyrinth and circular, that the struggle doesn't end. And during the inauguration, DJ Mamdou activated the dance floor by playing music in dialogue with Liz from DJ Tage, who used to play at the legendary club. Lina, who lived in the collective for many years, activated the kitchen by reading from the collective's shared notebooks. And Eddie activated the bedroom with an excerpt from the previous performance depicting one of the many parties at Josephine's home. And together, the fragments from a new stage form a new stage in warm pink, where we can gather for political meetings, where we can date, make out, rest, talk, argue, remember, mourn, plan, fantasize, or dance together under the open sky. And the monument is an embodied manifestation of time. It's a way of touching history and tracing queer kinship. Thank you.
Thank you, Sam, for waiting. I don't know if Sam can hear us, but Sam will be able to talk, and we will be able to listen. So Sam Hultin has been working also with archives and queer history, like I said, and was instrumental in getting a very rich archive to QRAB from Eva-Lisa Bengtson, who we will hear more about in Sam's talk. So we are very grateful to Sam, not only for being here with us today, but for many other things as well. And I forgot to mention that after Sam's presentation, like I said, Conny will be back on stage, and also Malin Holgersson will moderate the discussion. So now you will listen to Sam.
Hello, I'm Sam Hultin. I'm an artist, and I often work with exploring and activating queer histories, and I often do it together with the queer community. For example, I've made a series of queer-guided city walks in, for example, Tirana, Oslo, Belgrade, Stockholm, Malmö, Chisinau, and Gothenburg. And the one in Gothenburg was made as part of the project that would lead up to Conny Karlsson Lundgren's wonderful queer monument in the city. The walks are based on stories told to me during interviews or written down during workshops with local queer communities. The stories both present a more official part of a place's queer history, like clubs, organizations, important events in the city's queer history, but the emphasis is on the personal memories from these places. The stories are also told in a first-person narrative to an imagined you that represents a queer friend, lover, or family member. Something that for me has become more important with time is also to give the community tools to develop the walks themselves and to do it without me. And this has also happened in Tirana, in Chisinau, and now also in Gothenburg, where a queer Mandarin-speaking network has made a walk of their own based on the project. Another project that sort of followed up on one of these walks was a number of lesbian sing-alongs that I conducted together with other queer musicians. We invited queers from different generations to learn each other's songs. And after one of these sing-alongs, I met Eva-Lisa Bengtson for the first time. We started talking, and after the sing-along, she said that she wanted to show me something. So we met up after a few days, and now I will, in a much shorter version, tell you and show you what she told and showed me that day.
Eva-Lisa Bengtson was born in Stockholm in 1932, and even if she at an early age understood that she was a girl and not a boy, it wasn't until 1964 that she dared to tell anyone about who she really was. And at this time, the word transsexualism was still quite unknown in Sweden, and here there were only a handful of doctors that had begun experimenting with what we today know as gender-affirming care. And there were no official meeting places for trans people. As you might know, RFSL didn't officially include trans people in the organization until 2001. But there were a number of porn magazines that at this time worked as relatively safe meeting places for trans people. And in one of them, Eva-Lisa saw a personal ad written by this person, Erika Sjöman, and together they started what would soon become Sweden's first club for what we today call trans people. And they called their club Transvestia. This is their first ad. And they had borrowed this name from an American magazine published by a person called Virginia Queens that I will mention in a little while. Their first party was held about a year after this at the Dutch embassy of all places. It's this like 17th century palace at Södra in Stockholm, of course built with a lot of money and so on, but stage. After this, they get a more permanent meeting place, a dance studio that they call the Hall of Mirrors, because as you can see, one of the walls in this dance studio are covered with mirrors. And this becomes sort of an important meeting place, and this dance studio becomes sort of a catwalk for many of the people who up until now have only been able to dress up in the privacy of their own homes. And the people coming to the Hall of Mirrors, they mainly identify as transvestites, but today we might call the people who came to these parties acknowledging that they belong somewhere on the LGBTQI spectrum, but there were also sex workers coming and people with different BDSM and fetish practices. So these are some images in the parties. And after about a year, the organization FPINE, Foundation for Full Personality Expression, starts in Sweden. And this is a Swedish or Nordic branch of an American organization started by this person, Virginia Prince, who, as you might remember, started this or published this magazine, Transveska. And the rules for membership in this organization were very strict. So you could just be a heterosexual transvestite. So you couldn't be gay, you couldn't be a woman, you couldn't be a transsexual person. So even if Eva-Lisa actually started or helped starting this organization, she, in the late 60s, sort of moved away from this trans movement that had now become like leading trans movement in Sweden. So instead, she. I also want to add this, that you might notice that Sweden was the first country in the world to make a new law that regulated people who wanted to change their legal gender in 1972. And as you might know, this was not pushed by activists or trans people themselves, but it was pushed by doctors and lawyers who wanted like order in the family lines. And of course, an important part or rule was that you had to be sterilized if you wanted to change your legal gender. And Eva-Lisa, who was both a transsexual and also a lesbian, she would, even if she got prescriptive hormones after a while, she would never change her legal gender because she could never live as a woman full time because her family couldn't accept her as a woman. So after she left this the trans movement, at least for a while in the late 60s, she got engaged in the Swedish or the Stockholm lesbian scene. For example, here at Jerry's ladies club, Jerry's Dam Club, run by Jerry here to the left and their partner Märta on the bike. This is a photo from their wedding in 1963. And at this club, many of the people coming there have, just like Jerry, taken on a male name and have this masculine expression. We might call it butch today. Oh, you understand. But they don't use words like transvestite or transsexuals, or at least not in this circle of people. And when also Eva-Lisa asked Jerry if more of her trans friends can come, Jerry makes sure that they get a key of their own so that they can use this space once a week as well. But she also gets involved in group Viktorija and in the Lesbisk Front. And she's also an important part of this is from an action by Lesbisk Front. She's also an important part of starting Kvinnohuset, the women's house in Stockholm, as one of the few people with the practical skills to turn this old photo studio into this thriving headquarters for the feminist movement in Stockholm. She encountered a lot of transphobia during her life as an activist, maybe especially in the 90s, where there was I forgot to mention, she was also a part of the small group in the late 90s that started to push RSL to include trans people, which they eventually did. But yeah, in the 90s, there was a wave of transphobia that affected a lot of the lesbian and feminist groups in Sweden and in Stockholm. And as you can see in this ad for organization / bar, Lesbisk Group, it was them so wide to emphasize that they didn't include transsexual or transvestites. And one of the places that decided to exclude trans women in the mid 90s was also the women's house. And this is the letter that she got in 96, where she was first greeted with her legal male name, and she then told that the Women's House has decided not to welcome transsexual people anymore. But we also found places where she was welcome, like at the Adolf's Ladies Club or at Lash, the BDSM and Kink Club, or at Golden Ladies, RFSL's group for senior LGBTQ women. And despite her great importance for the queer movement in Sweden, relatively little has been written about Eva-Lisa or about the history of the trans movement at all, or in general. And this is, has to do with several things: transphobia, also the fact that Eva-Lisa couldn't be open in her daily life. But after we met the first time, I nagged her for about 6 months to let me conduct proper filmed interviews, which she finally let me do. And in the spring of 2017, and we got to know each other, and she called me once a week, and she showed up every time I would have an opening or a talk or whatever. But in the spring of 2018, she hadn't called me in a while, and I couldn't get hold of her. But because she had this, other life as a man, no one really knew where she lived. But because I knew some details about this other life, I could figure out her address. So I drove there, and I met this random neighbor who told me that, the man in the house just passed away. So that's how I, got to know that she had passed away. And after a while, I also got in touch with Eva-Lisa's daughter, who also told me that she had been buried under her legal maiden name, and of course without her big queer network of friends. So shortly after this, we had a memorial service for Eva-Lisa at Archivism, for her queer friends. And after about 6 months, I drove and picked up this material that I knew that she had, and that the daughter said that she would otherwise have just thrown away when she cleaned out the house. And this is half of it, so it's 8 moving boxes. So when I go through them, I understood that she has, for more than 50 years, meticulously collected them and created this amazing archive with a material that is unique to Swedish trans history. And these are some samples. These are letters from trans people when they started Transvestia, so it's from trans people all over Scandinavia. A lot of amazing photographs, records of meetings. So for the last 5 years, I've worked to make this archive and her story accessible for more people. So, for example, and I do it in a project that I call Eva-Lisa's Monument. So I've done these city walks. We've done performative readings, me and other trans people in Stockholm. This is from the Modern Museum, all places also, but all these letters from trans people. I made a film, and this is from an anniversary celebration that was actually held in the building where they have their hall of mirrors, which the person who lives there today kindly just let us use. And now I'm in the last stages of writing this book about Eva-Lisa and a little bit about my work, your archive, that will come out in March next year. And I just found out that the Dutch embassy is letting us have the release party there. So if you happen to be in Stockholm in late March, email me and you will be invited to this party. And also, of course, I'm very grateful that QRAB is also now taking care of her archive and making it accessible for more people. And I think what interests me in this archive is that it not only tells a story about a very important activist, but it also makes visible how ideas of gender and sexuality has changed during the course of Eva-Lisa's life, and also how that affects us today. And also how fear of losing power can lead to exclusion, but also, how it's also solidarity looks like in practice. Maybe I should start it out so we have some room before a little conversation. So I'll stop there.
My name is Malin Holgersson. Sam, do you still hear us?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, great.
And we can hear you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Sam and Conny. Let's do this then. I have prepared like 2 questions, but since we got a bit stressed, I thought of maybe invite you as an audience if you have questions first. Since you've been sitting here all day, so maybe you are eager to know something regarding this, and if not, then I will continue. But we have one question there.
Thank you so much for both of you for your presentations, but my question is for Sam. How did the negotiations go with the daughter? How was it possible to salvage and save the materials?
Sorry, can you repeat that? How did the negotiations
go with the daughter?
With the daughter? Okay, how I got So Eva-Lisa's, there was one person in Eva-Lisa's family who was very against, or who really couldn't accept Eva-Lisa's identity as a woman, but her daughter really had no issue with it. She's not so interested in it. She said that I have no interest in this material. I know it exists. If you want it, you can use it. Then it's important for me to say that also everything that I've done with this project, I have a continuous conversation with the daughter, and we also, for me it's very important that she's okay with it, and she's just like, she has another experience of this person as, an absent father, so that's what she's dealing with, but she understands what I'm trying to do, and I understand her, feelings about it. So I think there's a good conversation about it, and
Okay, are you satisfied with that answer? Thank you, a good question, and it is a little bit, it connects to one of my questions, but is it someone else who wants to ask something? To Sam or Conny? No? Okay. Because when I look at your works next to each other like this today, there is this difference that Sam has worked based on a specific person who was actually also alive when you started the work, Sam, your work, and Conny, you have not.
So does it require different ways of working with archive materials when you work not based on a specific person, or if you do that? So Sam, Conny, you choose who will answer the questions first.
Of course, it's different. I mean, it can also, like for me, I've been working like a lot with archive material and ephemera and leftovers and residues and stuff like that. And I can mention just briefly one project that I did about our trip to, it's called Our Trip to France, and it's about the Red Faggot movement based here in Gothenburg that actually traveled to France in the late 70s. And during the research for that project, I couldn't find any living members of those 4 that actually went there, which was kind of stressful, of course, but I continued to work with the material. I knew that 2 of them had passed. But then I did an exhibition earlier this year at Bonniers Konsthall in Stockholm, and suddenly during that exhibition, or the preview for that exhibition, I found out that 1 of them or 2 of them were still alive, and I got to actually lived in Stockholm. So we had coffee, and we looked at the film together, and they didn't know about the project, and it was like so bizarre to okay, so I'm showing you all this material now that is like very, very private, because it's made out of like travel journals, but they published it in public, like for themselves or in the community. But still, for Torsten is his name, for him to see his own words from 1978 coming alive through sort of a more contemporary queer community was, of course, kind of stressful, but it was also sort of a interesting, beautiful moment. I think I cried more. Actually, I cried. He didn't, but. But it was really, really nice moment. So I think that was like really weird that a project completely shifted nature when it was actually finished, or it's not finished. I'm continuing working actually with that material, but yeah.
Mm-hmm. Will you have Torsten in it? Are you gonna like do interviews with them?
Yeah, probably. We're like started to do discussion, because the trip to France continued in France, and a few of them actually went to Paris after this gay community, this festival or camp in the countryside. So yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you, Conny. Sam, do you remember the question? You do, I think.
Yeah, I just got the question now from Tiina because it's breaking up a bit.
Do you want me to repeat it? No. Yeah. Go ahead.
The ethical aspect is a bit different. I mean, if someone is still alive, or at least if they have a lot of friends and family who's still alive, there's I guess a lot of more conversations that need to be had, because I mean, Cleveland's things that I haven't really thought that they would be sensitive, but some details can be so important for people to get right, which is something that you might not think of. And of course, if it's something that people are still affected by today, it gets more sensitive, and you have to put in a lot of more work, I guess, with these, to have these important conversations, so that you don't hurt anyone, basically.
Did you adjust parts of your work?
I just heard if I adjusted something.
Yeah, exactly. If someone,
I can say just when I'm writing the book. I'm in the middle of this like fact-checking, and also checking in with the people that I mentioned, because some people, are alive today, and I have made a lot of people anonymous. I have also like changed some facts, So for me, it's important that everyone who is mentioned in the book is okay with that. Like, of course, people who treat Eva-Lisa very badly, like the people that wrote this letter to her, for example, I've never mentioned them with name because I'm not interested in like hänga ut dem. Like, I'm not interested to like attack someone, you know, a specific person. I'm more interested in like what structures made these things possible. So yeah, I'm not interested in like, it's not about the specific people really. It's about how our society and our community can handle these issues. So yeah, I'm adjusting.
Okay, thank you, Sam. I was just about to say that our time has now ran out, but now Olof said if someone wants to ask something and continue some minutes, it's okay. Otherwise, this conversation ends now, so that you can have coffee. I don't know, do you want? Yeah, I think you need coffee. Thank you so much, Conny and Sam, for sharing your experiences and also giving us amazing examples of how to like stage and also activating archive materials. You mentioned that like in the talk earlier, so thank you so much.
Thank you. I can just mention, I hope that all of you who wants to go to the variety show tonight has gotten their tickets. If not, the last chance is during this break.
Welcome back from the break, and welcome to the stage, Hannes Hacke from Berlin. Hannes was one of the co-founders of QueerSearch, network for German-speaking archives, covering 5 countries and 15 archives, queer archives. And we are so happy to have you here, Hannes, because we are now in the stage of this Nordic network for queer history, archives, and activities. We are in a stage where our funding is running out, and we have to find creative ways to survive. So Hannes will give us a lot of food for thought, and we will also involve you in the discussion how to move on after Hannes' presentation. So a warm hand for Hannes.
Thank you very much for the invitation, Pia, and the wonderful introduction. And I also want to thank the wonderful organizers of the conference. It's been really an amazing conference, inspiring, and I'm really happy to be part of this and to get to know so many new projects. So thank you to a wonderful organization. And I have to say, I was very touched this morning when the song that was started up was the Lila Lied, and I think a testament to the transnational connections that have existed over time between different countries and queer communities. And I'm really happy that we keep on with that tradition and try to foster these connections and modes of exchange. And I'm very happy to be part of this. So I've been asked to talk about this umbrella organization of the German-speaking queer archives, libraries, and collections. It'll be a bit technical at times, maybe how we work, how we do things after we've heard these very inspiring talks about archival work, artistic work. This is more about how to form an organization, things like that. Maybe the right thing for the late afternoon. Let's see how it goes. So, since 2017, organizations with collections on the culture, art, and history of lesbians, gays, bisexuals, trans, inter, and queer people from Germany, Austria, Switzerland, Netherlands, and very recently now, Luxembourg, have been networking under the umbrella term of QueerSearch. QueerSearch is now a registered association based in Berlin and currently has 14 members and associated organizations. Oh, I have to, here. I will very, very briefly say something about the 14 members. This alone could take up an hour. Please do check them out. On our website, you can find all the links to these different institutions. So one of them is the Archive of Other Memories of the Federal Foundation. It's a digital archive of oral history video interviews of LGBTIQ people in Germany. So, and it started in 2012. Then there's the Bi Plus archive, the B up there, an archive on bisexuality, multisexuality based in Cologne, which was founded in 2015, which is run by a single person out of their personal home. Then there's the Center for Gay History Cologne, which was founded in 1985. It's an archive and research center on the gay movement in Cologne and the Rhineland and Western Germany. Then the European HIV/AIDS Archive, which was started in 2019, is a digital video archive based at Berlin's Humboldt University, and it preserves the memories of people living with HIV/AIDS and of also people who engage in AIDS policies throughout Europe. So it includes interviews with people living with AIDS, HIV/AIDS activists, employees and volunteers of AIDS, health sector, and so forth. FF BITS, the Feminist Archive in Berlin, was founded in 1978 by feminist activists, and they collect materials of the women's and the feminist movement. The collection focuses on the history of the women's movement from the 1970s onwards. Then there's the Schwulenarchiv Schweiz, the Gay Archive Switzerland, which was founded in 1993, which collects testimonies of gay history from Switzerland or with reference to the country of Switzerland. Its collection is kept in the Swiss Social Archives in Zurich, and it's the largest institution of its kind in Switzerland. The social archives are. Then there's ILIA, which maybe many of you are familiar also, the LGBTQ heritage organization from Amsterdam, which was started in 1978, first as a homodoc and then became ILIA in 1999 when the Lesbian Archive merged with them. And since ILIA has a very, you might think, what does ILIA, a Dutch organization, have to do in German-speaking archives? ILIA has a very important collection in German and on German materials, yeah, it was for a long time the only one that is like not a non-German first language organization that is here. But all of the employees, or who we work with, speak German, and we think it's a very important asset to also have them part of this project. Then there's the Lesbian Archive in Frankfurt. This was founded in 1990, a lesbian archive in a lesbian center that collects books, films, magazines, materials, which was recently handed over the reins to a younger generation of lesbian, queers, and trans people. Then there's the Lilly Elbe Bibliothek, the Lilly Elbe Library, which was started in the late 1990s, which is a private collection of books and films on trans and intersex topics, and which presents some of these on their website, via Blue Sky, on Instagram, and also does research on historical trans, inter, and non-binary people. Then we have the Magnus Hirschfeld Society in Berlin, which started in 1982-83, collecting materials around Magnus Hirschfeld's Institute of Sex Research and the Research Center for the History of Sexual Science of the early 20th century. Then there's, this is getting too long, longer than I thought. I've never read this out, this list. So Queer is Forum Munich is a group, was founded in 1999 by a group of lesbians and gays, and have subsequently broadened their mission to bisexual and trans people in Munich and Bavaria. Then there's Queen, the Center for Queer History in Vienna, which was founded in 2009, a collection point for the queer history of Vienna and Austria, a research century with a strong focus on Nazi persecution of homosexual, but which are currently moving into a new location and opening a museum on queer history in Vienna, which we're very interested to hear about. So maybe this is a trend of new queer museums throughout Europe. Then there is the oldest queer museum in Europe, which is the Schwules Museum, the Gay Museum, which was founded in 1985, a museum that collects and exhibits archival materials and art of LGBTIQ cultures, although founded as a gay institution, now encompasses the entire LGBTIQ spectrum. And then our last but not least, our oldest member, which is the Spinnenboden Lesbian Archive, which was founded in 1973, 51 years ago, and still running strong, is one of the oldest queer archives in the German-speaking world, and it collects everything about, by and about lesbians and the lesbian movement. So what this short, or rather long overview shows is the broad range of organizations that are that have come together under this umbrella. So it's individual persons, organizations solely operating on a volunteer base, organizations with several employees and large professional storage facilities, organizations that are based in community centers, some that are run out of their living rooms or from their basements, some that are located in non-LGBTIQ community archives, and some that are purely digital archives, and lastly, some that are one that is located at a university. And they were started, the long range, between 1973 and 2019. What most of these participating archives and collections have in common is that they are community projects. So even if they are financed with state or municipal funds, they're independent and autonomous, and are thus also part of the local communities whose culture and history they collect and preserve. So this is very different, for example, from many US-based LGBTIQ collections that are often located at universities or as part of libraries of universities, which have their own criteria for collecting. In 2017, when me and my colleague Ben Ogamal came up with the idea for the first meeting of 8 of these institutions, which we started out as first, I was very surprised to learn that it was the first formal meeting of these German-speaking LGBTIQ heritage institutions ever in 2017. Up until then, especially feminist lesbian archives on the one hand and gay archives on the other hand had worked independently and separately without much exchange, dialogue, and cooperation. From our first meeting in 2017, which was very eagerly greeted by the members, the number of participating institutions slowly grew. From the beginning, we limited the project to German-speaking institutions. So German LGBTIQ materials and archiving bring about language-specific challenges, like keywords for cataloging it, specific histories that are, of course, but we are, as any truly queer endeavor, of course, fuzzy around the edges in our categories. So we transgress these categorizations of what is German LGBTIQ materials. So so we would also consider material that is not in the German language, but of course is based in these countries as part of these materials. Nevertheless, German is our working language in our day-to-day business. The model or example for this organization, our big sister, as I like to call it, is the umbrella organization of the Lesbian and Women Archives, Libraries and Documentation Centers, which is based in Berlin, which comprises institutions from Germany, Switzerland, Austria, Luxembourg, and Italy. And it's called IDA, which was started in 1983. And then became a formal organization in 1994. They also have an online catalog, Meta, maybe many of you know it, the online catalog of German-speaking women's and lesbians archive, which is now part of the much larger portal, the German Digital Women's Archive, Deutsches Digitales Frauenarchiv. So this is an interactive specialist portal which is financed now by the state ministry on the history of the women's movement in Germany, and which undertakes extensive digitalization of materials. So in 2017, the situation that we found is while German-speaking lesbian and female, bisexual, and feminist archives were well connected and had an impressive online presence, this was not the case for gay and male bisexual archives and or trans collections in Germany. So the question for us became how to create a joint organization and a joint online platform to research different collections from the entire LGBTIQ community. So the idea was, of course, not to replace Meta or IDA or any of the other online platforms, but to learn from their experiences, to build new alliances and collaborations in order to enhance the visibility of German-speaking LGBTIQ collections online. Some of our members are therefore members of IDA, as well as QueerSearch, while some lesbian archives did not respond or said they were not interested in joining a mixed umbrella organization. And also, of course, the case is that often lesbian history has been recorded as part of the women's movement in feminist archives, where that collection area is only a small part of the entire endeavor, which led them to decline the offer to join QueerSearch. So we started with an initial yearly meeting in 2017, 2018. By 2019, we were clear we wanted to form a formal association. Now, the problem of forming a formal association with EU members and non-EU members, which Switzerland is quite a difficult undertaking. So we founded a German association. And members of our organization are either organizations, so those are which have like a form of an association, or also individual members. So individual people like the Lily Elba Archive or the BAI Archive, they are also individual members. And we invite everyone, and I think that is also the case, and how this has been growing. So we don't say you have to have a certain type of formal organization to be part of this umbrella network. If you have a collection, whatever it may be, you can become part of this organization. You can see that there's a differentiation, though, between members and affiliated organizations. Some organizations cannot legally become member. For example, the European HIV/AIDS Archive is part of the university, so their legal entity could not become part of an association. And there are other reasons why others wanted to remain an affiliated member and not become a full member. So then the members elect a board. Very boring stuff. I mean, you know all this. This is how it goes. But I think there's something in this, which up to 7 members of different institutions are part of. The role is the coordination and representation of the organization, and of course the strategic development. And I think this elect is a simple arrow on this thing, but I think a lot of thought process goes into this, because this is very much about balancing representation and organizational roles. Not on the one hand, of course, among the letters of the LGBTIQ community, so that lesbians, bisexual, gays, and trans people are part of the board, which is very important. We do not have an intersex person currently a part of the board. There is also no intersex archive currently in the German-speaking world, which is organized separately. But this is also, we want to balance representation regarding to organization size, so that not only the big Schwules Museum gets to have a say, but smaller also, that it's not only Germany-centric, but that all countries are represented therein, and that maybe also different generations of starting this. So you can see the intricate, what's the sign, the Venn diagram that we were looking for to form this board, which we've managed to do, and I think it's been working out very well. Yes. So our main goals, which we formulated, are 4 at the moment. And one is networking, exchange, and cooperation between LGBTIQ heritage institutions. So to foster this dialogue, exchange, what is exactly happening here today. The second is strengthening the visibility of LGBTIQ archives, libraries, and collections throughout, so giving greater visibility to them. Promoting the collection, research, and communication of LGBTIQ+ history. So in general, saying this is an important topic to collect, research, and talk about. And the last one being advancing the documentation and digitization of LGBTIQ+ cultural heritage. In this talk, I will focus on the first one, networking, exchange, and advancing the documentation, also because it's been the 2 points that we've actually been working on when I looked at it. So there's still room for us to grow, definitely. So this first one would then be networking, exchange, and cooperation between LGBTIQ+ heritage institutions. How are we doing this? What are we doing? How do we work together? One thing that we have is actually now, it should say bi-monthly meetings. We have switched to every 2 months. Every 2 months we have online meetings for 2 hours, which started during the pandemic, where we set certain topics that we want to address together, which are then prepared by individual institutions. You have an input, and then we talk about. So this is a lot about knowledge exchange, practice, sharing best practices, sharing documents. And as you can see here by the list provided here, there's a very different types of things. These can be very technical, but they're also about questions of organization, questions of representation, about digital collecting, or for example, about generational change and knowledge transfer, as many of the institutions that were founded in the 1970s and 1980s are now kind of being handed over or at the point of being handed over by their founders. And this, of course, brings certain kinds of generational communication with it, or needs for communication and knowledge transfer. Then we also have kind of established certain ways of how we've practically worked together also. So we share our thesauri, our documentation and indexing practices together. We not only talk about it, but we physically share these, or digitally share these files. We also exchange duplicates. So we say, well, we have lists of saying like, well, we have duplicates of all these materials, magazines, and so forth, and we share them. So you can say, I'm looking for these four, which then goes into the third one, support in finding missing issues of magazines, books, and materials. I'm missing number 2, Frauenliebe from 1923. Has anyone got it? I've got the first part, and the second part isn't. So these types of things of kind of getting these materials to each other physically or digitally. And then the last is exactly this part of the coordination of digitization projects. If you're digitizing this lesbian magazine from the 1970s, we don't need to do it. We can focus our efforts on this digitization of these projects. So these kind of very practical things of working together and helping each other in this way. One of the outcomes of this working together on thesauri actually was our a sub-project has been the exchange about different thesauri of the institutions. Often the thesauri of the institutions have developed independently from each other. They're very differently. The keywords that are used differently. The structure is, the classifications are different from each other. And they're shaped by the history of collection and the social and political movements that are connected to these archives. So the idea is to share the different thesauri and start an exchange on indexing practices. And there's also plans to translate and adapt the English Homosaurus, which maybe some of you are familiar with, that Ilya and the Digital Transgender Archives, as well as hundreds of other institutions, are using mostly in the Anglophone countries. One joint project and success has been the improvement in changing of language and terminology of the integrated authority file. That's like a German thing. I had to look up how to translate that. It sounds very German. Die gemeinsame Normdatei, so the universal authority file, die GND. So it's an international authority file for organizations of personal names, subject headings, and corporate bodies from catalogs. And it's very important for German-speaking countries because it's all of the libraries basically use this authority file, but it's also being increasingly used by archives and museums. And this authority file is managed by the German National Library. And as you can imagine, the terminology in this German universal authority file was not influenced by queer people in the making. So there are a lot of kind of discriminatory terminology in there, but also patriarchal value systems inscribed in certain classifications, cis-normative language being used, pathologization of intersex people next to racist language and you name. So I mean, there's a lot of work to be done on that file. We focused on, together with the Berlin Federal Library, we had a very active person in the Berlin Library. We managed to effect changes and the inclusion of new terms and classifications of subject headings that address LGBTIQ lives and histories. And just an example for the absurdity that we kind of tried to is you have the subject homosexuella, which is the homosexual, and then you have lesbian love. And that is the classification. So there's no gay love, no bisexual love, and no trans love. There's only lesbian love, but there's homosexual. So those kinds of inconsistencies and ways of value systems that are inscribed in terminology that we've tried to kind of in that way to think. And I think that was an important step also for us in working together in trying to affect change on a broader level. One further very important part of our annual meetings, where we sit down in depth for certain topics. We have so far met in Zurich, Amsterdam, Vienna, Berlin, and this year we're meeting in Munich. So it's also always about going to the places of the archives, getting to know them. We're all archivists, we're all eager to go down to the basement to search, look for the material, what have you got, how do you do this? So these are very lively meetings, similar to this meeting here, which are very much informed by mutual exchange and to learn and to move forwards with the organization. Speaking on that, building these structures of shared learning, exchange of materials, skill sharing, and mutual support was also about building trust and new connections. So as I said, most of the organizations founded in the 1970s, 80s were separated by gender, with lesbian feminist archives on the one hand and gay archives on the others. Actually, the Queeres Forum Munich is the only organization that was founded by lesbians and gays at the time. And so while some archives have broadened their mission to include the entire LGBTIQ spectrum, others remain focused either solely on gay male history, or lesbian history, or trans history, or bisexual history. So we have different types of foci there. Many have broadened their mission to explicitly include trans and bisexual histories, but it is maybe no surprise that the only explicit trans library and bisexual archive are both run by individual people from their homes, which speaks to the institutionalization of bisexual and trans history in the archival queer landscape, maybe. And then I move on to our second, or the fourth goal that we envision. So early on, right from the first meeting, and I think the name of the organization, QueerSearch, you might think, what does that term have to do with German-speaking archives, was the idea, the vision of everyone present to create an online portal where all the collection of LGBTIQ archives and institutions could be researched in one site, to grant better access to these collections and to enhance the online visibility of LGBTIQ heritage and history. So a digital catalog that brings all the holdings of the member institutions together where they can be searched and retrieved. Archives and heritage institutions mostly collect nationally or regionally related materials, and it would be an important contribution, and they make important contributions to local culture of remembrance and historical work. However, the wide geographical distribution of the archives and the frequent lack of digital access to the materials have so far made research history of making new connections, of finding traces. Also, a new generation apparently has coming up that do not accept the non-digital, that materials are not digitally accessible. So it's also about reaching new audiences and also, of course, intervening into an online landscape with these types of materials and being present in the online world. And I think there's a great lack of the availability of queer historical material online. So we want to establish a joint catalog to provide a fast, direct, comprehensive access for interested parties, and also to get targeted funding to increase the scope, the digitization of the holdings of each of the individual archives. I think many of you who work in archives know this is the most underfunded part of archiving is documentation. You can get funding for a variety of projects, but what is often very hard is to actually document materials, to enter them into the database, because this is the most cost expensive thing. So the idea is also through digitization projects, get funding to then distribute to individual members of the organization. So the model and inspiration, as I've said before, is Meta, the one you can see there, but also the digital transgender archives and maybe other. Archivportal D is like a meta for German archives and for generally German archives. The Meta archive, I think, for us was the most direct and most closest connection and inspiration. Over 40 institutions are represented with their holdings, and now with the Digital German Women's Archive, there's also a lot of digitized objects that are a part of this collection. We've been in contact with IDA and the DDF from the outset with regard to the organizational and technical parameters of the catalog, and we can also use, we're thinking about using some of their technical solutions for this new catalog. And it's, of course, this is a great undertaking because you have to make certain standards for data exchange that make these kind of, makes this kind of possible. And it's also important to develop the expertise in individual archives to kind of be able to get the data in a certain form to a joint catalog. But many of the member institutions already have experience with the implementation of digitalization projects. But let's say, so what we did first is survey the status quo of the collection management of the system. We had the opportunity that one of our board members wrote her master's thesis in library and archive management on QueerSearch archives and the status of the status of digital documentation, Janika Zajec, and you can see she said there's 4 different categories of how materials could be cataloged, either in a catalog, database, or data portal, digital tables, basically Excel files, or digital text documents, Word documents, or they're analog. I don't know who held up the index card this morning, so index cards, or they're not, which is actually for a great chunk of material, they're not listed at all yet. We found out that actually we're quite good. At least the 8 organizations that we initially started off with in terms of how the data is available. So 8 do enable digital access, and 7 of them in online portals, but in 7 different ones. So we have 7 different collection management systems from 8 different institutions. So that just shows also the kind of endeavor and task that we're thinking and talking about. Yeah, so this is an important step, first of all, to take stock, to see where we at to build this online catalog. And then on the road to an online digital platform, we have a data working group that comes together that addresses specific questions of data management, conceptual considerations of data management, and also discussion of OpenRefine, a system that we work to accumulate and sort data. And then this year, 3 of our members applied for a prototype fund to build a prototype of this catalog. So a small joint collection database based on Omeka-S. For those who are nerdy about this, it's an open source software, and the whole funding was to open source projects. And so it's about practicing the preparation and the import of data, the development of metadata schemas, and merging as many data sets as possible in this trial thing. So at the end of this year, we hope that on our website, we will be able to show a first vision of accumulated materials and data from these different archives. The next step for us is a large funding application for a 5 to 7 year project to actually then realize this joint online database. Which then of course needs IT personnel. So we need staff for this, we need an office. So this is about the institutionalization of this. And lastly, am I in time? I'm okay, right? Yeah. I thought I'd talk a little bit about, also to get us talking beyond the technical stuff, although I'm happy to get into that too with you, to maybe talk about some of the good practice, what in my experience has worked well, some of the challenges that we've come up with, and I think some of the open questions that we as an umbrella organization need to be asking or are tackling. So building trust while working towards a common goal. I think this has been one of the most important things about these individual connections, that you can see organizations that didn't speak to each other for 30 years, and sometimes this needs trust building, this needs ways of working together newly, reaching out, checking in, and also in terms of the board, contacting new initiatives, collectors and archives, building trust to them through commitment and being available, taking on responsibilities. I think this is an important work, and it's a lot of work, just this kind of work, and it shouldn't be underestimated. I think what goes into that is also managing expectations and time constraints. Most members run their own organization, and most of them do it either on a volunteer base or only have part-time positions. They rely on project funding that then runs out. So sometimes you have to adjust your expectations of how fast can something go. I think in 2017 when we met, we were all filled with energy. 2 years from now, we'll have the joint online portal, we'll be online and everything will be fine and running. Maybe not quite as enthusiastic, but here we are 7 years later, and I think we're still working on this. And I think this has to do with adapting the expectations that we have according to the resources that are there from our members. And of course, some members want a quicker development, they want quicker decision-making, but scarce resources. Others are slower, say, take it easy, let's take it slow, we can't handle this. So managing these kinds of expectations, time constraints, and so forth. But it also means, I think, what you see the wide range of organizations is that we're able to spread tasks out over several people and several organizations. So having 7 different members in the board of 7 different institutions also comes with a benefit to be able to spread out a lot of the work. The second point here, autonomy versus integration into broader structures, I think is maybe a discussion that is that we can look into the historical archive to find that discussion since the 1970s of the LGBTIQ movement. So most of these community-based, so most of the institutions are community-based, and they're local and they're autonomous. They're not part of of the university and so forth. And this has been a very important part of these organizations, this autonomy. So this means, on the one hand, respecting the structures, need, and logistics of each individual organizations, and not come in as an umbrella organization and say, well, this is how we're going to run things from now on, because we need to respect the individual and local large structures that are in place. And on the other hand, we were also have decided against an integration into a larger platform. So we could have also been a subcategory of the Archivportal D, so the archival portal for German archives. We could, that would be possible to think of a subcategory, queer archives. We have a little collection there. But I think it was very important for us and our member institutions that we want an autonomous system that we have control over, and we also have the visibility and, of course, the funding that goes towards us as an organization. Then, developing a roadmap for permanent funding. I think that now we're going over to challenges. I think one of the things that we've talked about here, but for what I've said before is, finding funding for an international endeavor that has EU and non-EU members is challenging in terms of finding funding for that. I'll leave it at there. We can discuss more later. I think an important part here addressing exclusions and marginalizations within LGBTIQ heritage institutions themselves. And I think this resonates very well with this question of decolonization that has been brought up today, but also other questions that you brought up this morning. I think what we are very much concerned with is, on the one hand, addressing exclusions, marginalizations with regard to LGBTIQ people in their sexual and gender identity. So trans and bisexual perspectives have been marginalized, have not been documented, have not been archived in the same way that gay and lesbian perspectives have been, and they are still structurally marginalized within archives in terms of funding and research projects. There's also, we say LGBTIQ heritage because, of course, intersex people and their heritage are part of some of these institutions, but there is no intersex-run archive in the German-speaking world, and I think that speaks to a certain kind of marginalization. And of course, BIPOC, Black perspectives, migrant perspectives are missing in many LGBTIQ archives. We have very white-dominated LGBTIQ archival scene, I would say, in all of these countries. This is reflected on organizational level, but also is reflected on the material holdings and the things that have been collected so far, the connections that exist to different communities. And I think there's a lot to address these exclusion and marginalizations, which also feed into these questions of cataloging, of terminology used, of the expertise that is needed to address these questions, and so forth. And I think what that then comes up to, and I think this connects to the talk earlier, is the idea of fostering connections to archives and heritage institutions of other communities. So we have reached out to migrant organizations or heritage organizations. For example, in Cologne, there's an initiative to build a migrant museum, a museum for the history of migrant people in Germany, and they've actually started looking at their collections from a queer perspective and these connections. And I think these kinds of connections are what are important to go forward into the future. There's also been a Roma archive project, and I think it is these kind of connections that are important for us as an umbrella organization, but I would say in a broader sense for LGBTIQ archives in Europe or in Western Europe, to look at these new connections that need to be made to not end up with silos and a perpetuation of these exclusions that we've had so far. And thank you very much.
Sure. So, okay, so we have 20 minutes to discuss now, and I think that we could pose, you could discuss in the groups how we should continue to work in the Nordic Network for Queer Archives and Activities. If you can come up with 3 ideas that you got from the talk from Hannes. It was very interesting to hear about your history and achievements and problems, challenges and benefits of cooperating. So if you could imagine how our network, the NNAQH network, could continue to expand and flourish and just survive, perhaps, come up with 3 ideas or 2 in the next 5 minutes, and then we can come back to discuss with Hannes, but also questions for Hannes, of course. Okay? Shoot. Yeah. Yes. How inspired wasn't that? How inspired wasn't Hannes' talk? Okay, so I'm just going to pass the mic on. I give it to Runar.
Yes, we were really inspired by hearing your meticulously detailed introduction to what's happening in Germany. So, and I think it's really necessary what you do in Germany. And we thought that we might not have the exact same needs here in the Nordic countries. But what we need to do, I think, is to continue meeting each other and to have this network. Because now we know each other and we can learn so much from each other, but I'm not sure if we need this search engine together in the Nordic countries. But we can discuss that. And our more like concrete suggestions were that we could continue with having the NNAQH webinars, and that we could have small meetings, or maybe a small network meeting and a small seminar in connection with other conferences. For example, next year there is a conference in Denmark arranged by Rikke Andreasen and Mikael Nebeling. Yeah, that could be, we could maybe have like a meeting, network meeting the day before or after. That's like doable, I think, although we'll need funding for travel expenses and so on. So that's it, wasn't it? Yeah. Should I hand it on?
Thank you. What? Okay, I'll say my point. It's hard. It's very inspiring to see how you're trying to make this organization. But for example, with the Queer Archive and Library that I work with, for example,
we've been discussing, but also with Sápmi, who actually made a choice, like going their own way to a commercial database. It's very hard to adjust the volume towards like what is the lowest entry point. How could we do like grassroots archiving? And then just when you talk about all the technical issues and like, so for me and Olof, we like get stuck in like, okay, we'll have to relate to all of the metadata standards, and like we can't do anything if it's not like future-proof. We don't want to start like photographing stuff and then we don't have anywhere to put it or migrate it and everything. And then it's easy to like get stuck in like waiting for the big projects, waiting for the big funding for like when we finally can do on a professional level with like IT staff and stuff like that.
So how to move forward?
Yeah, I'll just make one short point, which we didn't discuss at the table, but popped up in my head. One thing that I found super valuable, I thought your presentation was great. I have many thoughts about it, but one sort of external thing is also the function of these conferences as public forums, not just for us as archive nerds, workers, but meeting people interested in the things we do. That's super valuable as well.
Okay, so how do we move forward? That's the main questions now, and we will collect questions for Hannes and take them in the end.
Yeah, hi, I'm Kaura from Friends of Queer History in Finland. And we were talking about this, like, it's nice that you had this technical side, and then you also had this, like, a huge list of this, like, big community work that you have to work, because there are these historical different lanes for different communities. There might be tensions that are still there, and they translate into the archival work as well. So I think that's something that we still need. We need to continue with that. We have the, the marginalized people in the margin as well, who are not yet somehow part of the discussion or something like that. So I think that was the important part, that we recognize those and find ways, because it's still a little bit somehow homogeneous in a way, I think. We talked about that, I guess.
So I'm one of those that Olof talked about, the public who's not a queer nerd. And I think you need to change name. It's very hard to understand what NNAQH is. So if you want to reach out and be more public, you need to change name. Maybe to something like Nordic Archivism. Oh, you can put it in as well. Just need to be something more understandable for the rest of us. Thank you.
Was that it at this table? Okay. What did you say? Help?
Yes. Give it to Nordic people. I
don't know. Hey, come on. Yes.
No, mine were terrible. They have never said anything.
Rita.
I will be speaking in a while, but one of the points that I was very inspired by the talk, and what I was thinking about our network is also the exchange of material, but also when we have pictures, because we are a transnational movement, and so people move, and people living in other countries, people attend different events, and so in archives we might have materials from Sweden, Denmark, Norway, Iceland, Greenland, Faroe Islands, and we might not be able to recognize who is there or what was the event. And this is also like a practical thing, that maybe the archives could share the knowledge through meetings, look at the pictures and work with them.
Okay, did you do your homework or not? You're going to help us to move forward. So I give the microphone to you. Come on, take it, Södra.
No, but we talked a bit about this continuity and the feeling. I'm more into organizing cultural activities and have a tattoo studio, queer tattooing. But it's the knowledge, the feeling that if I'm falling ill seriously, or I have the feeling that everything will this small organization will just disappear. Or if you have problems with your homepage, or who will do this. So there's a big technical knowledge that we need to share much more, I think. That's what we talked about, I think. The continuity, the feeling that we are very fragile. Yeah.
Yeah, and we also talked about umbrella organization. We applied 3 years ago for an umbrella organization for the Nordic archives to make it easier to people to find the archives, because no one can even remember QRAB or SACMI or whatever we are. They can't see what the difference is. So we had an idea of at least a simple homepage, just directing to all these archives so we can find each other very easy in that way. So it's a little bit the same idea in that, but we didn't get the money then, and no one have time to apply right now. So.
Yeah, you said Nordic network. You applied for Nordic, but it was for a Swedish network. This,
yeah, the very first talk was in Nordic, but then we continued in Swedish.
Okay, so yes.
Yeah, it's not maybe just summative thoughts, maybe from our talk and my own perspective, and the day for me. I don't know. My thought was it's very hard for me to go so detailed into an assumption of how memory is. I'm very far away from that. I'm more into where is the memory rather than how do we organize it. So that was very insightful, but also I think that how, at what cost and what's the purpose of institutionalizing this information? I think as a person of color, as a queer Arab, would ask in general, for all, as a question for everyone, at what cost and for what purpose? And the fact that these histories are searchable, the fact that these histories are existing somewhere, the fact that these histories are tangible is very political, and I think Madina said, and I think I completely subscribe to, of can archives be decolonial? In that sense, the premise of it starts with a very big assumption of how memory works, I think. So for me it was very hard to be in that funneled perspective of it. Still here, I guess. And that's, we talked a little bit about that.
Tiina?
Can I follow up on that, coming from a different place, but still absolutely communicating what you're saying, because I get so excited and your project is so fantastic, and I immediately start to think, where can we apply for money to make this a world thing, and how can we connect our archives to this kind of search engine? But then you are a German-speaking organization. I think language here is one of the many keys to why it's impossible, because translating everything into an English-speaking database, for example, which would be the most natural for the Nordic countries, would just eliminate so much of the history, because it's not translatable to English, because it's a different history speaking in different terms that is not translatable to. So making this big databases is wonderful in so many ways, and I'm so excited about the thought of it, of preserving and getting access to so much history and memories. But then again, it's also a way to kind of universalize this very diverse history and kind of ending up with this universalized queer urban middle class, which you obviously have been working very much against in your project group. But yeah, so a lot of possibilities and a lot of problems.
Thank you. Hannes, I give you the last words.
I just wanted to address some of the things that you said briefly. Thank you for all your wonderful comments and thoughts, and I'm happy that this got us thinking, and I'm happy to continue this exchange also because we're a learning organization just as much. We learn just as much from you. So you said, well, should we wait for the big IT thing before we start stuff? And I think all of the archives are exactly confronted with this. Oh my God, we should be doing this. We should follow these standards. What are these standards actually? How do they work? When do I have time to read? Like this pressure to conform to certain standards of also performing to be an archive, being like, hello state, I'm an archive, give me money, this is how we run things. I think this is what we have, like the individual archives have abandoned. We do not need any kind of requisite for people to participate in this. Like you do not have to have certain kinds of standards to start out with this. And I think it's about finding these individual ways of participating in the umbrella organization. And also, if we are thinking about building a joint online database, how do the individual needs of the people participating, they reflected in the structure that we build. So I think that is more, it's not about what does IT need from us, but like how can we make this work for us and our needs? And I don't think we have the definite answer there yet. I think we're charting this way, trying to find talking to others who are doing similar things. And of course, and I thank you very much for your thing, like how do we organize knowledge? And of course, big tech is, I mean, you know it, how it's, who runs, how data is structured, who has, like, where's the server, who has control over knowledge. Like, these types of information systems, of course, have huge influence on the way we think and research and do things. I think for us, at least, we've gone to say, okay, we're going to engage with it. I also see the thing to say, this is, you know, we have to find other ways of finding, and I would say, encourage you, some of the archives are doing, initiatives are doing that. They're doing, you know, diverse projects, but I haven't had the time to go into to do that. Yeah, maybe we're over time now. We can also talk one-on-one about these other things. So I want to thank you very much for having me here and for this wonderful conference.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, hi, my name is Rita Pakvalen and I represent the Friends of Queer History and I'm the Finnish coordinator of this NNAQH network. It's amazing to be here. It's amazing to have had the whole day and the day before and even the evening before that with all of you. It has been some really nice days and a lot of thoughts. I just wanted to just quickly take maybe 5 minutes to just skim through my impressions and then we will end this. We started out, I want to say that some of you attended the event that SACMI was arranging, where we looked at the movie from the 1992, the choir, and there was something that happened in that room, this feeling of experiencing history and being different generations in the same room and remembering together. That was really, really good and felt very good. And that was, I think, sort of a good start on this, to remember why we are doing this, at least some of the parts. Today, Tiina was talking about the mindset, and you were asking, why is history collected, who and for what reason? And I think that is something that we we have returned to that question several times today, and I think that that is really important that we remember why and who and whose voices are collected and in what context, and how do we create trust, and what is trust, and how do we create this safe space where everybody feel that this is a place where I can be, and how can we support other spaces where people feel that they don't want to be in this space, but how can memory organizations be helping other groups to collect memories and to work in their ways or in the ways. You were also talking about performing the archive, and we have been talking about art as a way to open the archives and to make it living, but also maybe to fill up the gaps, to tell the stories. And I was very deeply moved by Madina's talk about, and the image that you started with, that there are stories that we will never be able to recover unless we imagine them. And there are stories that are not yet told because there haven't been a possibility to live those stories. And art can do that. Art can imagine those stories that are not able to. And one of the things that I was thinking about a lot during the day is accessibility, both how to access the archival materials, accessibility also in a very, very traditional sense. We haven't been talking, for example, about sign language today. We haven't been talking about the people of the disability community, and those voices are quite invisible in the archives. 3 minutes. One of the things I was thinking about was Rosa Bru's how does queerness sound like? Soundscapes. Yesterday when we had the network meeting, we were talking about how to interpret pictures in the walls of queer people, pictures that are not necessarily queer but become queer because they are in the context of the queer home. And so how to interpret voices, sounds in a queer context that we don't necessarily see as queer unless we understand the context. And so also those details I find interesting. We talked about defamiliarization, and I think that, and decolonialization, and that is two concepts that I find that we have to carry on when we talk about archives. Political imagination, alternative archives, and fabulation, which is, I think, and I really enjoyed Conny's and Sam's ways of remaking history or making history alive or taking archival materials to make it close to our hearts. And one of the things that I think that we need, and which I really appreciated now in Hannes' talks, was the transnational aspect of it. The transnational aspects of queer history is always there, the transnational aspects of each countries, but also the border, to remember that we do have borders, and the borders make things with us. And we have borders between the Nordic countries, the traditions we have, where some countries are more present and in the center of the Nordic community, other countries and other voices are not. And language, we talked about that. We do not have a shared language. English is probably the most shared language, or Arabic, but we do not have a shared language that crosses the borders in all the different ways. And especially when we are using catalogs and the terms we are using, but even the terms within the countries and within one language are not shared all the time. 2 minutes. So, but I think language is something that we have to think about, and how to continue in this network to talk about language, to talk about borders, and what is common between us and what is not. And we tend to think that we are always transnational, and then we still do national stuff and create national contexts. So, and the last, intersectionality. I think that should be the core of everything we do. How can we be intersectional? And in the discussion, just in this last discussion, I think that you mentioned the fragility and continuity. And I think when I was listening to the Swedish panel, you know, all these amazing things that you do, and then there is also the fragility of it. And how can we together support all the stuff that is done and make it stay there for 100 years or 500 years or whatever, if you want so, if that is what you want. Okay, but we are continuing. Somebody said that, okay, this is the last seminar of this network and then it's the end of it. But this is the third seminar of this conference. Yeah. Pia has this, Pia wants to be very activist, but then you want conferences. Not seminars, not meetings, conferences. Academic conferences. Okay, so we have this conference now today, and this is the third one in a row, and we will continue. And now we are thinking about how to continue. Tomorrow we will get up early with the network. We will have a meeting in, was it 9 o'clock? And continue to talk about the future of the network and how we can connect. Probably there will be different kinds of online meetings. Probably there will be conferences in the future. Probably some of you will be active in it in many ways. Maybe some of you would like to arrange something. And then we will have, but we will first have a webinar. And that will be, I will check where I had my, the 2nd of December at 2 o'clock Swedish, Norwegian, Danish time, 3 o'clock Finnish time. And it will be hosted by Skeivt Arkiv. And the topic is new research project on queer movements in Norway and how archives can be used within that. So, thank you all, and especially all of you who has been talking today, and of course all of the Swedish the arrangers of this seminar, and Pia and QRAB and everybody. It's been a wonderful 2 days. Yes.
Hooray! Thank you so much, Rita, for wrapping this conference up. I won't keep you much longer. I think that we all got a little bit wiser, as I started out to say, but also very tired. With this said, thank you very much for today. Please help us to move away all the garbage to the bin and and chairs as well. Where do we put the chairs? There will be small carriers coming in and we put 12 chairs on each one. Let's also help with the chairs, and Anna. And nightcap at their, what's the address again? Pursiainen 5. If you want to have a glass of wine or something else later on tonight. See you. Thank you.